concern about that stuff being compromised. They're fairly sure that AES 128, that's the key length, fairly sure that's going to be pretty vulnerable. But right now, as of like the last week that I've checked, AES 256, you might still be kind of okay. Yeah, 250, right, like I said, as of yesterday, this stuff changes so fast, especially in the quantum world. But right now, 256 is still looking okay, but I think they're obviously, and we're going to talk in a little bit, they are definitely still looking for some good alternatives for cryptography. If you are here on Sunday and super interested in quantum, there's a gentleman speaking on quantum cryptography. I will be here. If you're interested, I definitely recommend the talk. And then we have our asymmetric key, and that's when we're just essentially going to use a different key to encrypt than we do to decrypt. Some examples of this are like the RSA, some of the elliptic curve techniques. This is day-to-day communications over the internet kind of stuff. So are we ready for some math? It's not really math. It's just going to look like people looking in the door will be all like, ooh, but it's not really that hard. So elliptic curve cryptography. Does anyone understand how this works? All right. When you walk out, you'll be able to explain it. Okay. So an elliptic curve, we've all taken algebra, right? You know how that works. They give you the equation and you draw the lines and you're good to go. So the elliptic curve, this is the equation for an elliptic curve, okay? You don't have to memorize it. That's just what it looks like. So what you're going to want to do, well, not on paper, you'll have the computer do this, is anytime you take and draw a line through 2 points, straight line, it's only going to intersect the curve at one other point, okay? So that's like a given, all right? Now, are you familiar with trapdoor functions? Okay, so a trapdoor function essentially is, it's really easy to get from A to B, but to try and work backwards from B to A, difficult if not impossible. And so what you're trying to create here with this elliptic curve is a trapdoor function. Make it easy to do it, super easy to, or super hard to undo it unless you have the key, okay? So our starting point here on this graph is A, okay? And there's a fancy little term that you'll hear. When you go from A to B, it's called A dot, D-O-T, A dot B. So if you're looking at this graph, A dot B equals C. You with me so far? It's easy, all right? So A dot something equals a certain value. So if my line was a little further up, it would be A dot that would equal a different point. So basically, A dot B equals C, but X dot Y equals Z. Just examples only, all right? So you're with me so far? We're good. All right. So then, if you can hang with me through this slide, you're going to nail it, all right? So you can see this one's moving over here. Once you get up to your C point, you can drop a dotted line down so that it hits the curve on the other side. Since we're symmetric, if you get to C, D is simply going to be the negative of that. So if C is 3, D is going to be negative 3. If C is 42, D is going to be negative 42. You with me so far? We're good. All right. So you drop the dotted line down from C to hit the opposite value on the x-axis with the symmetry, okay? Now, then watch the line. You're going to go back that way. Does it go back that way? Okay. Yep, see how it goes back up to A? So you've got C. It's going to come down and around. C dot, and then go back up, okay? So every time you do a dot and drop across, that is your private key, is the number of times you go in a loop around. Okay? And, okay, so A dot N, right, the number of times, that's your key. So the key size you can max out any way you want this way on the graph. And you can determine how big your key is by how far you let those points come out on your x-axis. But essentially, you dot the thing a secret number of times. That's it. You got it? We good? Explain it to your friends in the bar. Elliptic curve cryptography, okay? And this provides the basis of the trapdoor function, because even if you have the curve, like you have the equation for the curve, and you even have your points, like your start point and your end point, unless you know how many times they've looped around through that thing, it's really hard to try and break that, okay? And that's why they have been looking at it for use in quantum, like against securing against quantum computers. How many here are familiar with quantum computing? Okay, let me give you a quick, like my 2-minute shmoocon talk. Quantum computing, essentially the concern with that against cryptography is it can factor very large numbers much faster than classical computers, because you can do it in the quantum state. You can do the functions on both in superposition. Right? So when you have some passwords that would take literally like 1 billion years using a classical computer, a quantum computer can break it in about 20 minutes, right? And it's because of Shor's algorithm, it can factor. It's a factoring for quantum computers. So everyone's getting a little nervous, which they should be. That is why a lot of the cryptography that uses prime factorization is really at risk right now, is because of Shor's algorithm. And they've been exploring a variety of different ways to try and, find a replacement or replacements. Elliptic curve was really high on the list a couple years ago when I was doing research. They were like, oh yeah, that's it, it's gonna solve everything. But the problem is that it's starting to look a little like, that may not be our best choice right now. I do talk about something called lattice cryptography in my other talk. It's using lattice mathematics. That's also one of the things. And hopefully, I'm looking forward to this guy on Sunday. I want to learn a little more from him, hopefully. But elliptic curve, I think this is used a lot in cell phone encryption. I think BlackBerry uses this in some of their stuff. And then this is just some lists of encryption or crypto systems. We've got the symmetric, the asymmetric. Okay, this is the next one. Are you ready? Quantum key cryptography. All right, you got the elliptic curve, right? You're good? You ready to do quantum? All right. So, in a nutshell, quantum cryptography uses physics instead of math to create the key to encrypt your data. Okay? Some people look very sad right now. Okay? So, how do we do that? How do you use physics instead of math? Well, what you do is you generate your key using photons. Does everyone know what a photon is? It's a particle of light, right? So this is how photons become a key, okay? When you have a regular photon emitted by an LED, it's unpolarized, okay? And that means that it can oscillate, that packet or the photon, it can oscillate like all over the place. It's a hot mess, okay? And what you can do is you can pass it through a polarizing filter so that you give it a specific spin, all right? And the spins usually are like a horizontal, a vertical, or a diagonal, okay? So you are gonna emit and your particle is gonna be a 1 or a 0, like binary. So you're gonna emit it, you're gonna put it through a filter and give it a spin, okay? With me so far? Are we good? All right. Alice is going to create a string of random polarized photons and send them to Bob. Okay? So here's an example. She might send these different ones, like a diagonal, vertical. So she's going to send these off to Bob. Okay? Now Bob's on the other end. Bob has absolutely no clue what she's doing. All right? He has no clue what filter she's using. So he just picks some random ones so that he can receive them. Okay? So if Alice sends a photon that has a vertical spin, and Bob has, this is hard to do holding a mic, if Bob has a filter that's set up as a vertical filter, that photon is just going to right through. Have y'all seen those Japanese game shows where they have the cutouts and you got to stand in the weird thing? So it's like that. Think about like that. If it's vertical and his filter matches, it's going to sail right through and no problem. The problem is if he has the wrong filter, like a diagonal one, then it's either going to give you a null result because it's not going to go through, or that filter will change the spin on the particle to match and it'll be a diagonal. With me so far? We good? Y'all are brilliant, okay? So, what happens is now Alice can pick up the phone and she can call Bob. She can say, hey, Bob, these are the filters I used, right? And so if anyone's trying to eavesdrop, they don't know what Bob used. They know what Alice used, but they don't know what Bob used, right? So she tells him what she sent, okay? Now Bob knows what he used, and none of that's communicated back that way. So then Bob knows what he got right and what he got wrong, and that gives them a union of the ones that he knows are right, and that becomes your key. Okay? And you can't man in the middle this, because if you're familiar with like quantum physics, with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, if you observe something or measure it, you collapse the wave function. So they will be able to tell on either end if that wave function's been collapsed, and then they can scrap it and try again. So they'll know if someone's tried to observe it. Okay? But this is a good little kind of diagram here where it shows like Alice's random bits and then her filters, right? And then his, and then they have that talk in the middle, and then they realize this is their shared secret key. And that's quantum key cryptography. You got it? Explain it at the bar? Woo! All right, that was the hardest part. So let's wrap up by talking about some unsolved mysteries. This is the fun part. I like these. We have a lot of murder and mayhem going on here, but we'll start with some of the older stuff. So have y'all heard of the Phaistos disk? Okay, this was found, I want to say like early 1900s, like around 1908. It's fired clay. It was found in a Minoan palace on Crete. And it's 16 centimeters in diameter, and they think it's written in linear A. So that's one of the two undeciphered writing systems in ancient Greece. So they still have writing systems from, ancient times that they still haven't quite figured out yet. And this was, I think there's like 241 different little token piece, like stamper things that they probably put in, and it comes about 45 different distinct characters. And you read it clockwise, spiraling into the middle. And this is still kind of unsolved. There's some guys that have been working on it for quite some time. I want to say about 6 years, a linguist and another guy from Oxford. They're fairly certain it's a prayer to a Minoan goddess, but they're not quite sure. So anytime you get frustrated working on a puzzle, like these guys have been working on this for 6 years and still haven't figured it out. So don't feel too bad. But this is ancient Greece. And then have you heard of the Voynich manuscript? This is so, there's a, It's either on YouTube or Netflix. It may be on both, but there's like an entire hour-long thing on this manuscript. It's super fascinating. It'll put you to sleep if you need it. But this is a book of unknown writing. And they've carbon dated it to sometime, I think, in the 15th century. And it may have been written during the Italian Renaissance, but they're not sure. It allegedly was found by a book dealer. But there is some question around, did he actually like buy it and find it? Or is it this just really elaborate hoax? They're not really sure. It's 240 pages. It's a combination of script and all sorts of like crazy writing. There's another page from it. Nobody's been able to figure it out. Absolutely nobody can figure any of this out. It is just, they're boggled. The show, if you want to sit and watch, it's literally like an hour. And it's super fascinating because they go through the whole history of when it was found, and they show you a lot of the pages and some of the stuff the cryptographers have been trying to figure out with it. There's some thoughts that maybe Francis Bacon wrote it, which would be interesting because of the Baconian cipher. And then some others have suggested maybe it was Albertus Magnus. He was like a monk back then. And then again, there are some people that just think it is just a big fake thing that this guy created to kind of make money, and you know how people are. But that's the Voynich manuscript. You ready for some murder? Have you heard of Tamam Shud, the mystery of the Somerton man? No? All right, this is an unsolved murder. Okay, in December 1948, an unidentified man was found dead on a beach. Okay? No identification on him. Nobody had any idea who he was. A dead body on a beach. 6 weeks later, they found a suitcase in the railway station cloakroom that they were able to, I think they connected it to him somehow. And it was deposited at 11 o'clock the day before he died. Okay? There was no identification in the suitcase. But in the pocket of his pants, they found a paper that read Tamam Shud. Does anyone know what that means? Okay, so that is the final words from the Rubaiyat by Omar Khayyam. It's a book. If you went to English, you probably had to suffer through it. Later, in a abandoned car parked near that beach, they found a copy of the book, and the last page that had those words on it had been torn out of the book. Okay? So they obviously, were trying to figure out who'd done it. When they examined the book very carefully, in the book, in some kind of faint writing, they found this ciphery stuff. They're really not sure what it is, but it looks like a cipher. And they also found a phone number. Well, they called the phone number, and it turns out to it belonged to a local nurse who actually lived near that beach. And the detectives went and showed like a plaster bust cast thing they had made of the man after he died, trying to identify him. They went and showed this to the nurse, and the nurse was like, I have no clue who that is. However, the way she reacted when she saw it, apparently she turned sheet white and panicked. She claimed she didn't know who it was, but her reaction to what the cast, it was kind of obvious she knew something, right? So she claimed she gave a book, the Rubaiyat, she gave a book like that to a guy named Alfred, where she was doing some nursing training like a couple years earlier, but she hadn't seen Alfred or the book in ages. And then when they actually tried to track down Alfred, they found him, but he had been dead for a couple years. So then a couple years later, I think they were trying to reopen the case, the daughter of the woman came forth, and she said that her mother had known much more and hadn't wanted to admit it, and that there's some thought that the mother had ties to Russia and could have been a spy. And maybe that had something to do with the guy's death on the beach. But this is a completely unsolved murder case, and they have never been able to decrypt that note in his pocket. So if you want to give it a shot, it's on the internet. It's out there. But it's totally unsolved, and nobody can read it. The McCormick cipher, this is a neat one. So in June 30th, 1999, they found a dead body on the edge of a cornfield in Missouri. And the body was of a man named Ricky McCormick. He was 41 years old, unemployed, on disability. He had a criminal record. I think he'd served time for statutory rape. And he was 15 miles from his home address, but he didn't own a car and he had no public transportation. What was even more interesting was he couldn't spell and could barely write his own name, yet on him, they found this note on the body, okay? So the FBI actually has this on their website. You can go to forms.fbi.gov code. This is an open case still. They are looking for anyone who can help them solve this. Give them a call. But this, to this day, let's see, 1999, we're almost up on 20 years. 20-year cold case, dead body, code in the pocket. They think that if they can break this code, they might be able to figure out who killed him, but there's no guarantees. It could be a grocery list. The Blitz ciphers. I love this picture. It just shows the British. Stiff upper lip, T in the bombing. So the Blitz ciphers, World War II, during the bombings, this was in East London, this guy in one of the buildings found some wooden boxes, and they had these pages in them that had all sorts of ciphers and stuff. This is what some of them look like. And at first, he only released 3 because he was really, actually, the gentleman didn't release them. He passed them on down. His nephew finally had them. His nephew have released a couple. They might have been written with a quill pen, but the problem with these is that nobody's been able to actually look at them for real because the guy who owns them wants to stay anonymous, and he will only release pictures of them. So then again, it begs the question, are these real? Is it a hoax? Are they just messing with cryptographers? But these are some of the pictures. And some of them look kind of like, if you're familiar with John Dee and the guy in English history. We'll go to the Zodiac. So who's familiar with the Zodiac killer? All right. This is what got me interested in crypto. When I was a little kid, I actually read this book. Best book on Zodiac. I still own it. It's dog-eared, it's yellow. But if you're interested in an actual book on it, I highly recommend this one. And I just found, my background before this was I was a police officer, so I do medical, legal, death investigation, forensics. And I read a lot of this stuff, and I just always found this fascinating. They never caught the guy and all the codes involved with the stuff. So in the late 60s, early 70s, there was a serial killer in Northern California, and he, let's say 4 men and 3 women. Again, super fascinating how he did it. He would is a hooded figure. There were actually 2 people that he went after that got away and were able to describe him. So they have sketches of that. This book is great because it has a lot of the photography and the evidence and pictures from the crime scenes and everything. They named him Zodiac after a series of taunting letters that he sent the police. There's a couple samples up here. And they were all these kind of ciphery cryptograms. And I think there were 4 total that were sent to the police, and only 1 had ever been solved. It was a husband-wife hobbyist cryptography group or pair. They solved 1 of them, but it wasn't the same thing for each one. So it's not like they could just, you solved that one, solve the rest. It was different for each one. So what I thought was really interesting was there's a guy named Corey Starlipper. He's not in here, is he? That happens to be sometimes. People I talk about are sitting in my talks. So he thinks he solved this. Okay. He saw a movie on it in 2007 and he got super interested in it, like to the point of like stalking the whole story. He had stuff everywhere and he's like, I'm going to crack this. So there's one of the cryptograms, it's called the 340 because it had 340 characters. And he thought to himself, you know, this is interesting. 340 is the area code for the US Virgin Islands, right? And then he said, okay, 3 plus 4 plus 0 equals 7. And then he did 7 plus 0, and I don't know, he kind of got 707, which happens, oddly enough, to be the area code for Vallejo, Napa, and Solano, where the murders occurred. He's like, I think I'm onto something. So he decided to use a Caesar shift of 3.4 because of the 340, right? I'm not sure I've ever shifted 3.4. I want to do some more research on that. But when he applied a Caesar shift of 3.4, do you know what came out? This. And it was like, oh my God. If you read through the whole thing, it ends with Lee Allen. My name is Lee Allen. Lee Allen happened to be one of the prime suspects on the top of the police list at the time of the investigation. They had brought in a handwriting expert who claimed that, oh, no, his handwriting doesn't match whoever did these, but y'all know you can mask handwriting. That's not rocket science. And he also happened to pass a poly, but if you have any background in poly, you know that's not a science. So unfortunately, Lee Allen died in 92, so they really can't confirm or deny this in any way. But they think this has been cracked, but there's other people that claim, oh, no, you didn't do it, you didn't make it. So it's still a little bit out there with has it been solved? And I think there's still 2 others that are still not solved to this day. So how are we doing on time? Are we good? I think we're good. So what have we learned? We've learned a lot today. Y'all can explain elliptic curve. Right? You can hide messages from your English teacher, right? Or your boss. Quantum key, right? Doing pretty good. So that's pretty much it. That's my talk. I wanted to do just an introduction, a little bit of history, some unsolved mysteries, you know, just to kind of get people interested and realizing it's not all that difficult. I do have a couple copies of my book left. If anyone wants one afterwards, you feel free to take one. And if I run out, the PDF copy of the book is on my site, as well as the walkthrough for it. So if you get a book and then you get stuck and you want it, you want one? I'll make sure you get one. Okay, so that's all I have. Are there questions, comments, short, smart remarks?
Someone who loves classical ciphers, I'm excited for our next talk, Breaking Historical Ciphers with Modern Algorithms, presented by Ilonka Dunin and Klaus Schmey. Both are brilliant cryptologists who've done groundbreaking work and are co-authors of their book, Code Breaking, A Practical Guide. Here is their talk.
Hi, glad to be back at another DEF CON in safe mode. This is our talk on breaking historical ciphers with modern algorithms. I do have one sad note. This is in memory of DEF CON regular, Rattle. Some of you may have known him, Nick LeVay. Also, he was a good friend, very, very dear friend, and he just passed away a few weeks ago. So he is definitely in my thoughts. Be missing him. So this is our theme of Ilonka and Klaus in Wonderland. So I am Ilonka Dunin. I'm a game developer, crypto expert, book author, and my website's ilonka.com. And my co-presenter is...
Hello, I'm Klaus Schmey. I'm a German crypto expert, book author, blogger, cybersecurity consultant, and my website is schmey.org.
Yep. And together, it took us 3 years. We wrote this book, Code Breaking, a practical guide, which just came out in December 2020 in the UK, and we are hoping it will be out in the United States soon. So let's start. We're going to be talking about not modern ciphers. We're talking about historical ciphers. This is just one we kind of picked more or less at random. This was a text sent by Emperor Ferdinand III around 1640. This is one that was sent in North America. This was also in the 17th century. This is the Voynich manuscript, which has been carbon dated to the early 15th century, the early 1400s. And there are many, many, many old cipher texts going back hundreds of years. So the question is, can these old cipher texts be broken? Now, many of them are done with manual means, but can computers be used to solve the ones that have not yet been solved?
Yes, well, I'm sure many people in the audience are cryptologists, and you certainly know things like linear cryptanalysis or differential cryptanalysis, and you know that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of publications about these topics. But the bad news is that all this knowledge isn't very helpful here. This modern cryptanalysis doesn't help for classical code breaking for several reasons. For example, in modern cryptanalysis, the algorithm is usually known. This is not the case for historical code breaking. Then in modern cryptanalysis, the goal is determining the key. In historical code breaking, we want to determine the plain text. And if we look at modern cryptology, we are dealing with sophisticated mathematical ciphers. In this respect, things are a little easier in historical code breaking. Many ciphers are simple. In modern cryptanalysis, we know the plaintext, or we can even choose it, the so-called chosen plaintext attack. Something like this doesn't exist in historical code breaking. The plaintext is usually unknown. In modern cryptanalysis, we have an infinite amount of ciphertext, but if we look at old cryptograms, there's always a limited amount of ciphertext, and sometimes it's very limited, such as a message of 10 letters or something like that. Well, if we look at a modern encryption system, of course, reading the ciphertext is not the problem. If we look at an old encryption, reading the ciphertext and transcribing it might be a real problem. And then the bottom line is that modern cryptanalysis and historical code breaking are two very different things.
So let's look at one particular type of encryption, monoalphabetic substitution, meaning one alphabet. And it's generally broken down into two different kinds. We have the top kind where we have what's known as an alphabet change. So the letters of the alphabet are assigned to different symbols, like the Freemason cipher or or other odd character swirls and different angles, or the bottom kind where we have no alphabet change, where each letter is assigned to a different letter. So it's definitely something that's easier to read. But from a code breaker's point of view, there's really no big difference between the two, whether we're using the symbols or whether we're using the letters. So we tend to just kind of find a way to take the symbol ones and make them into normal letters. This is just an example of the kind that does have an alphabet change. This is one of the more commonly known ones, which is Freemason cipher. So letters are assigned to these different symbols. Sometimes this is called the pigpen cipher, though Freemasons used it the most often. They didn't invent it, but they used it more often than anyone else did. So it's generally called the Freemason cipher at this point. And then here's another Freemason cipher where they did not change the alphabet. They switched things from letters to other recognizable letters. So how do we solve a monoalphabetic substitution? We count. We do frequency analysis. So if we look at the letter E there and 12%, that is the common quantity of E's in a typical English ciphertext. So if we were looking at a book, for example, Moby Dick, and counted all the letters in it, probably the letter E would show up about 12% of the time. T would show up about 9% of the time. A would show up about 8% of the time. I would show up with 7%, and so forth, ETAOIN. But let's take a look at the Winthrop cryptogram. This is from the 17th century, around 1650 in North America. And if we look at it, it's got a bunch of symbols. And again, we're going to count these symbols and try and see if we can do some sort of frequency analysis that way. And we can find out that the symbol that looks sort of like an 8, a swirl, shows up 27 times. The next one 17 times. So if we're making a guess that this is English, we can probably assign the letter E to that top one, and then after some trial and error, we're going to figure out the other letters, that an I or J would be the second one, and the T the third one, and so forth. And that is indeed the case with this one. And that top, the title comes off to say dissolution of something into something else, and take excellently well purified basalt, dissolve or melt it. And then it's obviously some sort of a chemical recipe here, or possibly alchemy. And that's why it might have been encrypted. So to do frequency analysis on these kinds of ciphers, there are many kinds of different types of software that are out there. These are just a few. We just kind of chose 3 that Klaus and I tend to like using. Cryptool is one that's very popular. Rumpkin has the site called Cipher Tools, also very useful. And then there's Multideck, and there are many more. So if you're looking for one to use, you just got to kind of poke around and find one that you like the interface. It gives you that warm fuzzy. And then if you get very good at it, it can be very helpful. So let's look at another example, a monoalphabetic substitution example. This is one that was created by Sabine Baring-Gould, who lived in the late 1800s, early 1900s. He wrote this book called Curiosities of Olden Times in 1896. And in this book, there is a cryptogram called the Baring-Gould cryptogram. Again, this was published in 1896. So we see here we have a mix of symbols and numbers. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to transcribe it into letters. We're going to take it away from that alphabet change system into a non-alphabet change system. And we're going to assign letters. Now, generally, the easiest way to do this is to take the first symbol and assign an A to it, then the second symbol, assign a B to it, and so forth. Now, you see the 4, we assign a C to it. Then any other place we find a 4, we also assign a C to it. And the same thing with others that repeat. Anytime we see the number 2, the first time we got to it, we assigned a G, and then any other times we assign a G, and so forth. We can do this with other letters that repeat as well. So we can get again, transcribing it into something without an alphabet change, so it's kind of easier for our brains to munch on it, but it's still really short. It's not really good for frequency analysis. So we're going to use another modern system, a computer system called hill climbing. And hill climbing, Klaus?
Yes, hill climbing is a technique that has been known in computer science for decades. It can be used for a wide range of applications, usually for optimizing or optimization problems. And well, applying it for code breaking is only one out of many examples, but it works pretty well for some ciphers. If you want to use hill climbing to break the bearing gold cryptogram, we need to start with a random key. And as a key is a substitution table here, we just create a random substitution table, which you can see on the right side. And then we use this substitution table to decrypt the ciphertext. And we get a result. This is a plaintext candidate. And now, in the next step, we need to rate the correctness of the plaintext candidate. I will explain later how this works, but for now, it's enough to know that each plaintext or plaintext candidate can be assigned a level of correctness. In this case, the level of correctness is 108. And now, in the next step, we change the key. We create a new key that is only slightly changed, and we keep a copy of the old one. And as you can see here, in this new key, only 2 letters have changed. And then we decrypt the ciphertext again and receive a new plaintext candidate. This one looks a little different. And now we rate the correctness of the plaintext again. And we see, well, it's now 115, so it has improved. And in the last step of this procedure, we ask ourselves, has the correctness increased? This is the case here. So what we do next is we keep the key and go back to the fourth to last step. If the correctness has not increased, we restore the old key. And then we repeat the last 4 steps of the algorithm again. So that means we create a new key, decrypt the ciphertext with it, create the correctness of the plaintext, and then we decide if we keep the new key or if we restore the old one, depending on the result of the correctness. This is done hundreds or even thousands of times until the correctness doesn't improve anymore. And when we have received this point, we can be reasonably sure that the result is correct. And the reason why all this is referred to as hill climbing is that the correctness of the plaintext can be thought of as a mountain range. And in this mountain range, we start at a random point and we look at all the points that are 1 step away. And if one of these points has a higher altitude, we make this step and move to it. And then we do it again. We look at all the points in the environment. Look if one of these points is higher, and if yes, we step to it. And this way we move up the hill until moving up isn't possible anymore, until we have reached a point where no higher point is reachable anymore. And if we are lucky, this highest point we reach is the solution, but we cannot be sure. It's always possible that we have reached a local maximum. So what we need to do is, of course, check if the solution makes sense, and we have to repeat this procedure several times. And we hope that at least one of all these steps finally provides us the correct solution. And now the question is, how can we rate the correctness of a plaintext candidate? This is usually done with the so-called scoring function. And in this case, it makes sense to use a scoring function that is based on letter frequencies. For example, here we have a plaintext candidate. In this plaintext candidate, the frequent letters in the English language are frequent, and rare letters in the English language are rare. And if this is the case, this results in a high score. This is a high level of correctness. Then we look at another plaintext candidate. In this case, rare letters in the English language are frequent, and frequent letters are rare. So apparently this doesn't look much like English language, so it receives a low score. And This is the concept that is used for rating the correctness of a decryption result. And now we look at a hill climbing attack on the Bering Gold cryptogram. This is based on a software written by New Zealand-based crypto expert Bart Wenmakers. You see the ciphertext on the left side, and we skip the first 99 steps of the algorithm. We start with step 100, and we only look at the successful steps where the result of the scoring function improves. We have a substitution table here. We have a plain text candidate, which looks quite good on the left half, but the right half still doesn't look much like English language. And of course, the 308 is the scoring function result. And as I said, we start with step 100 here. We skip the first 99 steps. And now let's look at step 101. The substitution table has changed slightly. The scoring function result is a little higher, and the plaintext candidate looks a little different now. And now step 102, the scoring function has increased again. We have a new table, and well, the same can be done in the following steps. I think step 107 looks especially interesting. Here the plaintext candidate reads, "A murd in the hand is worth 2 in the mush." This sounds almost like correct English, but there's even a better candidate we can get, because this one has an even higher result of the scoring function. In this case, we get "A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush." And in fact, we won't get a better result anymore. So we have reached the top of the mountain, and it should be clear that this result is correct. "A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush" is an English proverb. And this is definitely the plaintext Sabine Bering Gold encrypted. Many other monoalphabetic substitution cryptograms have been solved in the same way, either with hill climbing or with frequency analysis or with a related technique.
So next we're going to go to a different type of encryption. This is what's called turning grill encryption, where we have this grid that's placed over something. So here we're starting with the phrase at the top, "to be" or "not to be," and then there's X's to pad it. And so each letter of the plain text is pulled off one at a time and put into these holes in the grid, in the grill. And then the grill is turned 90 degrees, and then we continue and put in the rest of the letters. So the letters are exactly the correct number for this kind of grill. Then we pull away the grill. Then we read things off one row at a time. So the top row is ETTO. So that is the first 4 letters in the ciphertext, then OBRN, and so forth. That is our ciphertext. Now, turning grill messages also go back hundreds of years. Here are some from the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries. We will say that manual methods to solve these kind of suck. They're there, but they're very tedious to go through it, especially when you have a large grill. It's different from other types of encryption systems, where if you have a large amount of ciphertext, it makes it easier. Turning grill, it's the opposite. If you have a large amount of ciphertext, it actually makes it more difficult. So, but then again, we do have computers that can do it. So computers and hill climbing actually works quite well with this.
Yes, well, it's quite obvious that turning grill encryption can be attacked with hill climbing, but until 2017, there was, as far as I know, no research work about this topic. So what I decided to do is I created a challenge. I used a pretty large turning grill, a 20 by 20 matrix, I encrypted a plaintext with it, and I published the ciphertext as a challenge on my blog. And of course, I was interested to learn how long it would take to solve this challenge. And to my big surprise, it only lasted a few hours. And then Armin Kraus, a well-known German codebreaker, came up with a solution, posted it as a comment on my blog, and well, I was quite impressed. The technique Armin used was, of course, hill climbing. The concept is the same as I explained it a minute ago. We need to start with a random key, but in this case, the random key is of course not a substitution table, but it's a turning grill that is generated by random. And apart from that, it's pretty much the same. The turning grill is improved in many iterations until finally we get a result that doesn't improve anymore. The main question is here is what kind of scoring function we can use. Ladder frequencies don't work here because the grill doesn't change the ladder frequencies, so we have to look for something else. And in fact, ladder pair frequencies work quite well. That means if we encounter a frequent ladder pair such as TH or EN or ER in a plaintext candidate, we assign a high score. And if we encounter rare ladder pairs in the ciphertext candidate such as QR or CX, this results in a low score. And this is exactly what Armin Krause did. It took him just a few hours to write or to adjust his code breaking program based on hill climbing and to use this program to break the message. And here's the plain text. Well, it's about the moon landing. This is not really relevant. What is relevant here is that this code breaking success shows that even messages encrypted with a pretty large turning grill can be broken with hill climbing. In this case, the turning grill had a size of 20 by 20. This is larger than anything I have ever seen in practice. And so the bottom line is that this kind of encryption should not be used anymore today.
Okay. So next we're going to go through a system called nomenclators. And nomenclators are a combination of systems. It's a monoalphabetic substitution, but that also includes complete words. And again, this is something that's been used for hundreds of years. So the way this might work, on the left we have the nomenclator table. So we can see it's a combination of letters on the left, an A is a 1, a B is a 2, and so forth. But we also have words that are given a specific number. So London is the number 30. So if we were going to take a ciphertext message like will come from London to Berlin, for the word will, we'd have to spell that out with W-I-L-L, and then come again. But from, because it's in that right-hand side table, we would only have to use the number 43. London, again, is on that right-hand side of the table, so we just need 30. 2 we would spell out, and Berlin would be 31. So again, this is just an example of how this would work. This type of system has been known in Europe at least since the 14th century, and there's some massive tables. This isn't even one of the largest ones. So this particular table, the way it's organized, we have letters, and we also have sort of a homophonic system where each letter could be represented by different numbers. The letter D could be 34 or 205 or 37. And then there's another section of this table which uses letter pairs. So the different consonants followed by different vowels, again, could be represented by a couple of different numbers. And then we have the name or nomen part of the table where different words can be represented by different numbers. So this is an example of another nomenclator encryption table. So you can see there's letters on the left-hand side and then the names on the right-hand side. This is an example of a nomenclator ciphertext. This is from 18th century. And for Hamilton fans, you may enjoy the way this is signed off. It says, "I am, Sir, with great regard, your most obedient, humble servant, Manchester." So this is a message that was sent by Lord Manchester. So this is another nomenclator ciphertext. There's thousands that are known and more that are buried in the archives. We're coming up with new ones all the time. So again, you can see that we have sort of the clear text followed by numbers. And this one, actually, a mistake was made because the numbers, whoever was decrypting this, and the numbers, they actually were writing in what the correct decryption was above each number. So 76 was a W, and so forth. And after that, what they should have done was destroyed this message so that no one else could use it to figure out what the table was. But they hung on to it for whatever reason, and it has survived until today, and it gives us a very good example. So how do you want, if you come up with a nomenclator ciphertext that does not have the answer already written on it, how do you want to solve it? Well, the easiest method, of course, is you find the nomenclator encryption table. And since there are thousands of these in the European archives, and there's no clear catalog of these. So when we come up with a new nomenclator message, and like Klaus and I were just finding some earlier this year, the race is on to see if we can find a table. Some of them we found tables for, some we still don't know what the table is. Maybe it's in an archive, maybe it's not. Maybe it's lost, we don't know. So again, here's an example of a French nomenclator message. This is from 1812, and the highlighted parts there are with numbers. And the table for this, a massive table, and we can see that, for example, the number 1383 does map to lacage or latage, but we're going to assume that it's lacage. And we should say that the message here on the left was provided to us by Karsten Hansky, and then the encryption table on the right was found by Jean-François Bouchaudy in the French archive. And then if we take another look here, and 1383, and then when you read the message, so here we decrypt part of it, and demander quelques jours de repos, but then when you read it, you have to read the clear text followed by the plain text followed by the clear text. So this is the entire message. Monsieur le Duc de Dalmatie qui lui avait demandé quelques jours de repos, and you can just read off the entire message that way. All right, so how do you break a nomenclator message if you don't have the table? Well, if the table was well constructed, this can be really difficult, but often this is not the case, and the tables themselves were not well constructed. So here's an example of a nomenclator message with a table that was not well constructed. This was from the Vatican to a papal diplomat in Poland. This is from 1573. And a cryptanalyst who's looking carefully at this is going to find that many of the numbers are two-digit numbers that are repeated over and over. And there are a few numbers that don't match with that. There are a few three-digit numbers. So someone who's familiar with nomenclator messages and the way they're put together can make a guess, an educated guess, that those two-digit numbers might be the letters and the three-digit numbers might be words. So again, this is a table that was not particularly well constructed. In this case, that was the case. And so then they can take those two-digit numbers and do a frequency analysis on them and figure out which ones are most common and which ones are least common, and then try different languages to see if they can figure it out. In this case, frequency analysis did work, and the language was Italian. Italian's is not one of my languages. I can make a guess, giudicando, cieco nessuna cosa. And then we have at the beginning of the message 608. So we can see 608 at the top left of our message. So that is from the table. We don't know. We can read the rest of it because we did a frequency analysis, but we still don't know exactly what that 608 refers to. It might be a person, it might be a place, some proper name, or something else. We don't know. So breaking nomenclator messages is still a very active field of research, as well as going into the archives and seeing if we can find both more messages and more tables. And then once we find the tables, we apply them to the messages we found, and on we go.
Now we come to the Enigma. I'm sure that everybody in the audience has heard of this machine before. The Enigma was the main German encryption machine of the Second World War. Here you can see two German soldiers using this machine. About 30,000 copies of the Enigma were built in the Second World War. And on the next slide, you see how the Enigma works. I'm sure most of you have seen this before, The Enigma worked with 3 rotors and a 4th one that had only contacts on one side. This was referred to as reflector. And you can also see the keyboard on the left side. Well, the real Enigma, of course, had a 26-letter keyboard. This model only has 6 letters. And now look at the A key, which is on the left side. I press it, and now that the key is pressed, the current runs through the rotors. It hits the reflector, and then it goes back to through the rotors a second time. And then the C letter or the C bulb lights up, and that means that the letter A is encrypted to the letter C with the Enigma in this configuration. Now, as a cryptologist, of course, I want to look at the key space in more detail. In fact, most Enigmas had keys that consisted of 4 parts. The first part was the rotor choice and the rotor order, because most Enigmas were delivered with more than 3 rotors. So it was key dependent, or the key had a part that decided which of the rotors were used and in which order. And then the second part of the key was the starting position of the rotors. This is like at a combination lock. And then there was a third part. Well, the letters on a rotor could be turned compared to the contacts. So this was a key dependent setting 2, the ring setting. And finally, most Enigma types had a plug board, which realized a monoalphabetic substitution. This was key part number 4. Altogether, an Enigma of this kind had about 2 to the 76 keys, which corresponds to a 76-bit key. And I'm sure most of you are familiar with some basics of modern cryptanalysis. And so you know that a 76-bit key, cannot be broken with brute force. So another method has to be used here. And in fact, methods to break the Enigma were already found in the 1930s. There were Polish mathematicians who found a way to break the Enigma. There was also a British mathematician named Dilly Knox. And there was Elizabeth Friedman, a well-known codebreaker from the USA. She broke Enigma messages from South America sent to Germany. But all this was more on a minor scale. The breaking of the Enigma reached its peak in the Second World War, when the British established a code-breaking factory in Bletchley Park outside London. There are thousands of people worked on breaking Enigma messages, and they used a machine of this kind, the so-called Turing Bombi. Over 200 copies of this machine were built, and it was especially made to break Enigma messages. But the Turing Bombi required a crypt. That means a part of the plaintext had to be known, or it had to be guessed. And this part of the plaintext could be configured, and then the machine was able to search for the key setting. And usually this lasted only about an hour or so. So this was quite efficient for the time. But our topic today is not code breaking in the Second World War. Our topic is code breaking today with modern means. And in fact, a few thousand original Enigma messages from the Second World War have survived. And usually the plaintext isn't known. So this is, of course, a fascinating research topic from many computer scientists. They try to solve these original Enigma messages from the Second World War. This is an active field of research. And of course, today a computer is used for this purpose. And the seminal paper about this topic was published by Jim Gilogly, a friend of ours, in 1995. He developed a computer-based algorithm for breaking the Enigma that didn't require a crypt. And this algorithm was improved by a few other crypto specialists, especially Frode Weyrud, Geoff Sullivan, Olaf Ostwald, George Lasry, and a few others took part in developing this research field. And all these people have been very successful. So I guess at least 95% of the Enigma messages that are still known to exist have been broken. So if we look at the Enigma key space again, we can take, at least get an idea of how this algorithm developed by Gilogli works. As I said, the Enigma has 4 key parts, and the first 3 ones can be attacked at the same time with hill climbing or with brute force. And for this purpose, we need a scoring function that works independently from the plug board. But this is possible because ladder frequencies can be used. And the 4th part of the message of the key is independent from the first 3 parts. So we can attack it in an independent step. We can perform another cryptanalysis based on hill climbing or on frequency analysis. And so we can break the 2nd part of the message as well. And this is how this method developed by Gilogli works. And as I said, my guess is that at least 95% of the Enigma messages still known today are broken, but there are exceptions. Here you see a few. In most cases, the messages are short, or they might contain errors, or it is not really clear which Enigma type was used. So there's still a lot to do, and the research in breaking original Enigma messages is ongoing.
Thank you. So next we're going to go over something that's not so much a system as a particular story. It would be wrong to not include this story in this year because it is such big news in the crypto scene. So these are messages that were created by someone called the Zodiac Killer, who was a serial killer active in California in the late 1960s and I believe early 1970s. And he sent a few messages to the press, taunting messages saying, if you can solve this message, it will tell you who I am. Now, the messages were named Z and then a number, Z for Zodiac, and then the number by the number of characters that are in that particular message. So the first message he sent was the Z408, and this was actually solved quite quickly in 1969 by Donald and Betty Harden. They were not cryptanalysts, they were Scrabble fans, but they enjoyed puzzles and they took a look at it and they were able to solve it. Betty, I believe, started by guessing that the Zodiac Killer was egotistical, and so probably the first letter was the letter I, and she was correct with that. It was a homophonic system, so there were 4 different characters standing for that letter I, but it did go on there, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it just started with I like killing people. And then there was the next message, Z340, and this remained unsolved for decades. And there were many fake solutions that came out and people making guesses, and there were people on television saying that they were sure it said la da 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 da, but they were all wrong because it was solved for real in December 2020. So this was after 51 years. It was finally solved by an amazing trio. This was probably the greatest success in the history of non-military cryptanalysis. And this was an international trio. So we had Dave Aranchak in the United States, Sam Blake in Australia, and Jarl van Eyck in Belgium. So we had 3 different continents there, and they were putting their heads together and, try this, and try that. And we found something. And then they kind of teased it out and got the rest of it. And it was funny for us, Klaus and me, in particular, because our book came out on December 10th of 2020. And in our book, we mentioned the Zodiac Killer ciphers, and we mentioned the Z340, saying it was one of the world's most famous unsolved codes. And then on December 11th, our colleague Dave Aranchak, he's a friend of mine, he contacted me and he said, sorry, Alanka, you're going to have to rewrite the book because they had solved the Z340. So in our next version, the next edition of the book, Klaus and I are going to have to update that section. So if you want the full story of how it was solved and how it is taken apart, Dave has some wonderful videos on the internet. We'll just go into it very briefly with the first 20 letters. So if you start with that top letter, top left, and then like a chess move, like a knight move, you go down 1 and over 2, down 1 and over 2, and you keep going, and you do that for the first 20 letters. And then it's also, again, a homophonic table. So each letter of the plain text alphabet could be represented by multiple different kinds of ciphertext letters. And the plain text of those first 20 says, I hope you are having I hope you are having lots of fun. And it was, again, just a major accomplishment. So then we have the 2 other messages by Zodiac, Z32 and Z13. Now, some people say that these will never be solved because they're too short. They're at or below the unicity distance, that there's no way that we could find for sure a non-ambiguous solution. Others say, well, maybe it's going to be combined with one of the methods that was used in his other ciphers, so maybe we will be able to have something that we can say is a plausible solution. One group of people says, if you look at the Z13, where the clear text says, this is the Zodiac speaking, by the way, if you crack the last cipher I sent you, my name is, and then 13 letters of ciphertext. Many people believe that those 13 letters come out to say Alfred E. Newman, who some of you may know is the bizarre character from Mad Magazine. It's the kind of thing the Zodiac might have done, but again, we're not certain. So continue.
Yes, there are, of course, more unsolved ciphertexts. Well, in fact, there are hundreds. One of the most interesting one is the Voynich manuscript from the 15th century. Probably the Voynich manuscript is a handwritten book with handmade illustrations. It has about 230 pages. And well, these pages cannot be read because the script is otherwise unknown. It can't be deciphered. And so far in the last 100 years, nobody has been able to make sense of the content of the Voynich manuscript. Of course, there were many statistical examinations of the text, frequency analysis. If we look at the letter frequencies, they look pretty much like the letter frequencies of an ordinary substitution cipher. And there are other statistical examinations that look like ordinary substitution cipher as well. But in spite of all these results, nobody has ever been able to really decipher the text in the Voynich manuscript. So the question is it a natural language? So if it's a simple substitution cipher, the properties of the language, of course, don't change. And fact 1, it looks like natural language. As I said, the letter frequencies look pretty normal. But then there are other statistical examinations that look completely different and that are pretty strange for a substitution cipher. So we can also stage fact 2, and fact 2 is it doesn't look like a natural language, and there's certainly a contradiction between fact 1 and fact 2, and this is one of the things that makes this manuscript so interesting. But according to a linguist, fact 2 is absolutely correct. It doesn't look like natural language, so my guess is that it's not a simple text that has been encrypted with a simple substitution cipher, because the linguists say this it would look different if this were the case. Especially the grammar is much too simple. So, well, in the end, all we can say is we don't know what the content of the Voynich manuscript means, but it's a very fascinating unsolved mystery.
Another fascinating unsolved mystery, this is one that is just very close to my heart, is Kryptos. This is a sculpture at the center of CIA headquarters. It's created by US artist Jim Sanborn. It has at least 4 codes on it. 3 of the 4 have been solved. The fourth has not been solved. So one of the most famous unsolved codes in the world. Jim Galogly was the first person, Jim Galogly, who we've mentioned before, was the first person to publicly solve the first three parts. He did use hill climbing. And then it was discovered that inside the intelligence agencies, there was in the CIA, there was an analyst named David Stein, who had solved the first three parts with pencil and paper. And the NSA also had put together a team in 1992 that had also solved the first three parts, but had not had any luck with the fourth part. So no one, to our knowledge, inside or outside of the intelligence agencies has solved that fourth part, but it is an active field of research. So if anyone here would like to give it a try, please be my guest. You can find a lot more information on it at my website at ilanka.com/cryptos. So some other unsolved messages that might, whet someone's appetite. This is Ignatius Palaki, who lived in the late 19th, early 20th centuries, one of the first private detectives. He was probably the inspiration for the fictional detective Sherlock Holmes. And one of the things that Palaki liked to do was to use the newspaper ads, classified personal ads, and to communicate with people that way. Sometimes he would just use regular plain text, clear text English, and sometimes he would write things in cryptic ways. And some of those cryptic ads were clearly in some sort of a ciphertext. And we have never been able to solve any of his ciphertext messages. There are several of them. These are just two of them that we're reproducing on this slide. We don't know. I mean, they're very short, so perhaps hill climbing might help, perhaps some other method might help. This is another item that we have not yet been able to solve. It's an encrypted postcard from 1873 from Luton in United Kingdom. This was provided to us by a George Furlong, and it was written by his grandfather or great-grandfather. And we've part of the problem here, as we said, with these historical ciphers is that there's difficulty with transcribing them. We don't know some of these. You see these little hats and slashes, and so we're not quite sure in cases where one letter ends and the next letter begins. So we have that issue, and like I said, we have not had any luck solving this one yet. So if anyone here would like to try, please do so. And there are many, many other unsolved ciphertexts, some well known, such as the one at the top right. This is the Dorabella cipher by composer Edward Elgar, and others lesser known, such as the ones on the left. The one at the bottom right is by Henry de Bosnus, who was a murderer from New York in the late 1800s. He doodled this while in his cell while he was waiting his trial and hanging. So, conclusion, there are lots of messages, historical ciphertext. It's an active field of research. It's very different from cryptanalyzing modern ciphertext, because the messages they're different in transcribing. We don't have as much ciphertext as we want, but we are having some success with some. The hottest technique right now is hill climbing, but we're sure that others are going to be emerging as well, and there are still plenty of them waiting to be solved. So again, that's Ilanka and Klaus in Wonderland, and we're giving this talk at the Crypto Village, so we will hang around here for if anyone has any questions. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Gosh, that was such a great talk. I am so thrilled to have you all both here with me today. Oh my gosh, I don't even know where to start. I think a great place to start. Sorry, I am so sorry. I haven't seen Ilanka in such a long time, which I guess that's kind of true for everyone. But oh gosh, all right. I guess the best place to start personally is start off some questions from Discord, and we'll just see where we go from there. Does hill climbing ever find a local maxima instead of the global maxima?
Yes, that happens quite often. And because it happens quite often, it's usually necessary to to do a few hill climbing runs in a row and then check which result looks best. Sometimes even a few hundred hill climbing runs are necessary. So this is indeed something that can happen. Well, it happens quite often.
And then there's also other techniques like simulated annealing, which can be used to try and get around the local maxima problem.
Oh, geez. This is just so exciting to see. I am so excited to see where it goes. Let's see. Would a combination of two computer breakable techniques, such as a substitution following by a turning grill on the encrypted message, increase the complexity to the point of quasi-unbreakability, or would it only add a trivial amount of complexity?
It's at least more, or it can add more than a trivial complexity. It depends. If you have two strong systems and you combine them, it might result in a very strong or unbreakable system, but there's no guarantee. So it depends on the system and how you use it. And for example, if you can define a scoring function that can recognize if the decryption of the one system results in something meaningful, so that the one system can be solved without the other one. So it's a complex question, but basically combining two systems makes the encryption more secure.
And it would also depend on how much ciphertext was available. Like, are we dealing with 100 letters or 5 pages? So having more ciphertext or multiple messages would help.
Nice. Also on the postcard this time, probably they're saying someone has maybe exploded out road already, but the diacritics potentially look like they are used in Semitic languages to express short vowels, and has someone tried solving it ignoring them?
I wouldn't know. I have introduced this postcard on my blog several times, and of course, many code breakers have looked at it, but I don't remember if this particular approach has already been tried. So it's certainly something I could recommend to my readers to do.
Yeah, one of our code breakers is George Lazary from Israel. So it's likely he would have known that, but I don't know. It's a good idea.
Sweet. Let's see if anyone has any other questions so far. All right, well, I personally don't have any questions from the chat yet. I guess, where do y'all see this going so far of hill climbing? Like, do y'all see any other like potential like changes going forward? I was personally thinking of, I know this sounds really horrifying, but, and probably not the right path forward, but potentially using few shots in machine learning to like potentially explore going through specific chances that way for at least really specific types of ciphers. But I don't know, I'm guessing someone has already done that personally, so.
You mean that there are other approaches except hill climbing? Yes, well, of course, it's a little simplified. It's certainly true that hill climbing at the moment is something like the super algorithm for breaking classical ciphers. But as Ilonka said, there's also the simulated annealing, which is a generalization of hill climbing. And of course, there are other methods. For example, the current world record in breaking the so-called Playfair cipher was set with a completely different method, which was absolutely amazing for us. I had never expected, it was a completely different method applied by somebody we have never heard of, but it worked. So these are the surprises you encounter all the time when you're dealing with this kind of stuff.
You're talking about Konstantin's method?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, it was out of left field, but it was elegant and beautiful.
Yeah.
Gosh. I think I got to poke a little bit more at that just because you two are really, really great folks in the community. I just kind of want to poke a little bit more there just because you all are both here right now. What are some great places and resources that people should go towards that you both recommend? I mean, also your book, I really recommend you all both talk about your book for a second as well, but.
Yes. Well, as I said, the current world record in breaking the shortest Playfair cipher is at the moment at, I think, 26 letters. If somebody can improve this, would be very interesting. There's a similar scenario in the field of digraph substitution. I think the current world record for the shortest message is something like 800 characters. This was done by Zhao van Eyck, who was also mentioned in our talk. And it's absolutely fantastic what he did. He created very interesting statistics with a lot of input. He took all the Wikipedia articles that have ever been written to create language statistics and things like that. But it might still be possible to improve this world record. So the challenge is available on my blog.
Yeah,
that's certainly possible.
Yeah, anyone who wants to learn more, I mean, Klaus's blog is definitely amazing for what he blogs about, and the discussion threads, which are like a who's who of code breaking. Another good blog is Nick Pelling's Cipher Mysteries. And books to read, Simon Singh's The Code Book, David Kahn's The Code Breakers, and looking for puzzles to solve. Klaus, what's the other one? Twister?
Mystery Twister. The name is Mystery Twister C3. It's a long name, but that's the name of a website, and they have crypto challenges in different difficulty levels. So that's certainly a good place to go, or even a good place to start.
Yeah.
Yes, and then if somebody wants to do research, of course, all these unsolved crypto mysteries are very interesting. I think we haven't even mentioned the Dorabella cipher, but there are dozens of unsolved encrypted messages from the last 500 years or so that still wait to be deciphered. So there's plenty of research work to do, and some of them are not very well known. So the chances to be successful aren't too bad for somebody who's really interested.
Yeah, and someone who's also looking to get involved, the whole nomenclator thing. There are massive archives or documents in chests in the basements of castles that need to be, kind of compiled, and that would be really helpful.
Yes.
Someone not allergic to mold, I would presume, but someone asked, where can we find these unknown, unbroken ciphers?
Well,
You could
on Ilonka's website and on mine. So
Yeah.
we both have lists. Well, Ilonka has a list of the most famous unsolved crypto mysteries, and I have a top 50 list. So if you're interested in a more complete list, go to my blog and just search for top 50. It should be possible to find it. And if you want the top 10 unsolved crypto mysteries in the world, go to Ilonka's website. And I think it's linked on the starting page.
Yeah, and I link to Klaus's page and to Nick's page at the bottom of mine. So I just pasted a link to mine into chat.
Awesome. I think that's all the questions we have for today. Thank you both so much for joining and sharing your knowledge with us so much.
Yeah.
Right, do you have anything else left to say before we end for at least this Q&A?
Well, we love having smart people look at these codes, and maybe and there's smart people at DEF CON, and good luck. We'd love to see some of these things solved.
Awesome. Sweet.
right, everybody, we're kicking off. Thanks for being here at Crypto and Privacy Village. We've got some amazing speakers here, and I saw a video at Black Hat for how they were introducing their keynote and stuff. Is anybody interested in a Black Hat style intro for our next speaker? Oh, yeah. Okay, we're on this. All right. People of Earth, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Crypto and Privacy Village. Thank you for being here. Our next amazing topic, lasers, is cryptanalysis in the time of ransomware. Lasers, laser fingers, everybody. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce the amazing Mark Mager.
Thank you very much. That was great. I will never have another intro quite like that. That was really, really good. All right, so a little bit about me. My name is Mark Mager. I'm a senior malware researcher at Endgame. I do reverse engineering and software development. Please do note, I am not a cryptographer, so if I get up here and start babbling about something that's very, very wrong about crypto, please point it out or, take me off to the side and, embarrass me in private. You can follow me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is Magerbomb, just like Jaegerbomb. So, just to go over the agenda really quick here. We're going to discuss very briefly typical ransomware execution flow. Then I'm going to discuss kind of a high-level methodology for working through cryptanalysis of encryption schemes within ransomware. Then I'll do walkthroughs through 4 unique pieces of ransomware from 4 different families. I'll briefly discuss current research that's out in the field. Then I'll wrap things up with a conclusion and hopefully have time for questions. So in a typical ransomware variant, what you're going to see are a few different things. So typically a payload is going to be written to disk and executed. There's going to be some sort of key generation or retrieval routine. Optionally, there's a key exchange with a C2, but that's more in asymmetric encryption implementations. So we don't always see that. Sometimes with symmetric encryption, we're going to have hard-coded keys or some sort of key generation that's done on the fly. Then, in terms of actually encrypting the files, there has to be enumeration and directory traversal of the contents on the disk. So, as the ransomware goes through the file system, it individually encrypts the files, and sometimes it leaves, very nicely written ransom notes in each directory just to remind you that you're completely hosed and all your files are gone. So, in order to do cryptanalysis on ransomware, you kind of have to attack it kind of like a typical sort of malware reverse engineering and malware analysis scenario. So typically in that sort of scenario, you want to start off with a dynamic analysis approach. You're basically just detonating the ransomware in a virtualized environment, something that's sandboxed and isn't going to reach out and actually touch any sort of sensitive files that you have. Compromise your actual host. And the goal here is to just passively analyze what the ransomware is doing to your environment. So you want to observe any sort of network communications that are inbound or outbound. You want to look for any sort of forensic artifacts that are going to be left on disk, registry keys being modified, files are being dropped, any sort of effect on event logs. And then finally, you'll want to actually look at the results of the encryption, right? So you want to analyze the encrypted files. And what we're looking for when I say we want to analyze the files is, right, okay, so if these are encrypted files, you're going to look in there and say, oh, it's crypto, but it doesn't make any sense. What we're looking for are commonalities kind of across the board between files that are encrypted from multiple different file types. So you want to look for magic byte sequences or watermarks that are either in the header or the footer of the files. And you also want to try to determine if the ransomware is trying to encrypt the entire contents of the file or just implement some sort of partial encryption. Because if their goal is to try to essentially encrypt all files on your system that meet certain file extension restrictions, then that's definitely going to be a lot of throughput, and in order to make it easier for them, sometimes the ransomware authors will only encrypt maybe the first 2 kilobytes, 2 megabytes, something along those lines. And when you're doing dynamic analysis, it's definitely okay to repeat your tests multiple times. You have your virtualized environment. You can do reverts as much as you needed. So you're going to want to adjust your environment, and control variables as needed in order to gain a little bit better understanding of the ransomware. And when it comes to that, when we're initially deployed within this virtualized environment and we initially detonate the ransomware, we're essentially doing a known plaintext attack, because just by launching the ransomware, we'll see the ciphertexts that are produced. When we revert back to the clean state before we launch the ransomware, we have our plaintext back. So knowing that, we can compare the original plaintext to the ciphertext that we've generated. Now, in more of a chosen plaintext scenario, we're going to try to feed specifically crafted files to the ransomware in order for it to, in order to try to get it to leak a little bit more of maybe its key stream or key data, something that'll give us a little better idea maybe of what's going on under the hood without having to fully reverse engineer the ransomware. So after initial dynamic analysis, and maybe we've learned a little bit about the ransomware, we'll want to do more static reverse engineering. And so the goal of this is to, one, identify any sort of crypto algorithms that are going to be used. If it's something standard like AES, triple DES, whatever, or if it's something more custom, just like a simple XOR. And when we're trying to identify the crypto algorithm, once we find the code section that contains what appears to be the crypto algorithm, we can then look into identifying implementation mistakes that are going to weaken the overall crypto and potentially provide us an avenue that we can attack and either leak the key or provide us with a decryption capability. And then the second part of the reverse engineering that we'll want to look into is how the keys are generated, stored, and transmitted. So in that sort of scenario, we're just trying to see if the key is going to be lying either in memory, hard-coded within the binary, or transmitted in the clear where we can obtain it and kind of replay it. So going through dynamic analysis and reverse engineering, as we've noted, everything with the ransomware, we're going to apply those lessons learned eventually to development of our decryptor. So for these walkthroughs, what we're going to focus on is walking through ransomware encryption schemes that have already been defeated and have been publicized. So I didn't want to spend time working on any brand new ransomware that's out there and kind of publicizing exactly what's wrong with it, because actually when I originally submitted this talk to the Crypto Village, I had the idea that I was going to, get a lot more background on, what some of these ransomware variants were doing and how their encryption was implemented and how it was defeated. But in a lot of those descriptions, it was really described in an abstract manner. And I think, there's a couple of reasons for that. I think that for certain AV companies or security companies, they're trying to just get you to download their software in order to do the decryption. It's free, whatever. But on the other side, it's more of an OPSEC concern where they don't want to point out exactly what's wrong with the crypto implementations that the ransomware authors screwed up. So they're just trying to say, hey, we have that capability, we can decrypt it for you, but we're not going to point out exactly what's going on. So kind of going through that research phase for this talk, I then kind of turned around to say, okay, well, I know that these encryption schemes are defeatable, so how can I actually build more of a how-to or walkthrough guide for doing this? So that's more the focus of the talk now. So yeah, as I mentioned, these are older variants, no longer in circulations. These are all mostly from 2016, 2015. We're going to be doing some high-level reverse engineering, and we're going to focus on detailing the crypto implementations and noting any differences between the ransom note and reality, because as we'll see, the ransom notes are definitely a little detached from reality sometimes, and they're trying to really just scare people, into paying the ransoms by just using a lot of technical sounding jargon. And we'll focus on devising proof of concepts for carrying out our decryption. Okay, so we'll start off with PowerWare. So PowerWare is a PowerShell-based ransomware, one of the first, if not the first, ransomware family that's based in PowerShell. And so here's a ransom note that we can see here. And so this says that it's not only using RSA 2048, but it's using AES 128. So it's doubly encrypting your files. So that sounds pretty bad. And they even provide links to Wikipedia because they're so nice. So yeah. And of course, they provide instructions for accessing Tor in order to get to their site so you can pay off the ransom payment. So they're, very nice guys. So now, the advantage of PowerShell is that, as a scripting language, we get access directly to the source code that's deployed with PowerWare. But the flip side of that is that, of course, they can run it through an obfuscator, and it might be pretty hard to see from this kind of mile high view. This is all of the source code for this variant of PowerWare, but the variable names are kind of screwed up. They're not very easy to read. It's a mix of alphanumeric characters, upper and lowercase alphabet characters. So one thing we'll end up doing is deobfuscating it a little bit just to help us make sense. But as you can follow the arrows and the red text here, it can be chopped up into a few different pieces. There's the initial preamble that includes the crypto setup. There's the actual file and directory enumeration where we're looking for specific file types, as you might be able to see, like docx, xls. It's essentially walking through the file system and trying to match the file path with one of the extensions that's in that list. And if it matches that, then it runs it through the encryption routine. And I'm pointing out the file right, and in the bottom there's a file cleanup routine as well that's going to delete the script afterwards. So looking more at the crypto setup portion, as I said before, the variable names are a mix of upper lowercase and numeric characters. So going through this, we can actually provide a little more context in terms of what those variables mean. So if we just walk through and relabel things, it'll help provide a clearer picture. And so things look a lot better after going through doing a little bit of light deobfuscation. We can kind of see how certain variables are being used here. So what can we find here? Well, we're utilizing symmetric encryption, utilizing the Rindle manage class, which is basically AES, using a 256-bit or 32-byte key. We have an initialization vector that we're specifying. We're padding with zeros, and we're using cipher block chaining. Now, if we move on to the portion of the code that's contained within the file and directory enumeration, one thing that sticks out right away is the use of this integer value 2048, or 2 kilobytes. And what that basically is saying right here is that only the first 2 kilobytes of the file are going to be read in and decrypted. And for any files that are less than 2048 bytes, it's just going to completely skip. And looking on the code section directly below that, we're not making any further modifications to the crypto object that we'd previously initialized and configured before. So just something to keep in mind. Okay, so now going back to the crypto setup, do we see anything in here that's bad with their implementation? So there's a few things here. So they're utilizing symmetric encryption. They're using basically AES. So in itself, that's not bad, as long as they're doing key management right and handling the IVs right. But as we can see, yes, it's utilizing a 256-bit key, but it's completely hard-coded. They're not doing any sort of unique key generation. It's going to utilize the same key for every single file encryption that this script runs, no matter what system it's on, no matter what time of the day, anything. Same key everywhere. And the same thing for the initialization vector. They utilize the same value everywhere all the time. So with a hard-coded key and a hard-coded IV, they're utilizing CBC mode. And those four things combined, that's not good. That's basically a very, very huge vulnerability. And the CWE, if you're familiar with the CV database, actually provides a little bit of background to prove that I'm not just making things up here, but non-random IVs and hard-coded crypto keys are bad news. Okay, so taking what we know, let's try to build our own decryptor. Okay, so I simplified things a little bit here in this version of the Power script. I just cleaned up the file enumeration just to target a specific text file that's going to be on my desktop. And so I'll click over here. It just says hello a bunch of times, so nothing too sensitive, I suppose. And I'll run my modified version of the PowerShell script. And it looks like that data's been encrypted. I have no idea what it says now. And so let's see. So we're looking through the code here. What can we do knowing that, you know, all the characteristics we saw earlier? You know, how can we decrypt this? Wait, could it really be that easy that we change 2 characters in the PowerShell script and we're going to decrypt everything? Yes, it is. I wish it were that easy every single time, but you know. Okay, so moving on to Nemukod. Here's our ransom note. And here they're touting that they're using strong RSA 1024 algorithm with a unique key. Okay, all right, well, we'll see. All right, so we jumped ahead a little bit in this case here. What you're seeing here is a pseudocode representation of what is essentially the enumeration and the encryption function. And for this specific binary, this didn't even take a big level of reverse engineering. This was literally the first function that's called by the binary. So, you know, popped it into IDAPRO, went to the first function that's called, and then utilized hexarrays to decompile it, so I don't have to, you know, show a bunch of ugly-looking disassembly up there. You know, just to give you, you know, a high-level view of what's going on here. But as we can see, it's only going to encrypt the first 2048 bytes again, so 2 kilobyte file size limitation, or at least buffer limitation for the encryption. Then it's XORing by a static key, which I've highlighted there. So there's no sign of using anything even close to RSA 1024, AES, whatever. So yeah, that is their, you know, that is their encryption scheme. So let's go over what we know. We're not using asymmetric crypto. There is no RSA code in here. It is utilizing XOR, and there is no unique key generation. It's utilizing a hard-coded 255-byte key. It's the same for every file. And it's only going to cover the first 2048 bytes. And on top of that, this is a simple encryptor binary. Okay, so knowing all that, what can we do to decrypt our files? Okay, so here's my very sensitive data again. And so we run through, hold on, we'll pause it real quick. So the way the encryptor binary works is you just have to pass it on the command line the path to the specific file that you want to encrypt. So knowing that, we pass in the path to our test.txt. Looks like it goes through and encrypts the first 2 kilobytes. And then, hey, well, no, maybe I'll just try running this again. Let's see what happens. And our file's back. The plain text is back. That was pretty miraculous. You know, so hopefully I'm not blowing any of your guys' minds, but if you XOR plain text with the same value twice, you're going to end up with the plain text. Okay, So moving on to Torrent Locker, and so while the first two cases were pretty easy, the last two ones are a little more complicated, and there's a little more work that goes into developing decryptors. So bear with me here. So here's another nicely worded ransom note. This one's actually takes advantage of the Windows API for drawing a nice window for us instead of just a plain text file. So it's using AES 256. It claims to be. And then they're also saying the encryption key is encrypted on top of that with RSA 2048. So now, jumping ahead a little bit with this example, if we go in through a debugger, like we're using all debug in this instance, and we're just kind of stepping through and looking around the encryption function to see, well, not even the encryption function itself. Literally just going through, and we found calls to write file, the Windows API, and then we kind of backtracked a little bit to see if there was any sort of crypto setup before that. And what we see are hard-coded references, or hard-coded strings that seem to reference this library named TomCrypt, and specific file paths for C files that seem to be named CTR encrypt and AES.C. So looking at that, okay, AES counter mode. To do a little bit of a sanity check, we can decompile the function that contains the reference to CTR encrypt, so we can see that all nicely written out there. And since libtomcrypt's an open source library, we can go through and compare that to the exact source code that's available out there. And so you can see, some sort of similarities there, but mostly we're just kind of see if we're within the same ballpark. And that's generally what we're seeing, and we don't really need to get too deep into that. We don't really need to do source code analysis here. So from very limited reverse engineering, we know that it appears to be using AES in counter mode, and their implementation is based off of libtomcrypt. We don't know if they've actually modified anything, but ransomware authors tend to be pretty lazy, so they probably just copied it. So could this potentially be vulnerable? And as with a lot of other encryption algorithms, symmetric encryption algorithms, yes, they can be subject to implementation flaws. And I provided a little bit of an excerpt from this very nicely written paper about counter mode security and basically ways to properly implement AES counter mode along with ways not to. And so this gives us a little bit of a hint to say, okay, well, if they're reusing the key, then that'll give us a little bit of a window into what's going on. So we'll keep that in mind, and we'll try to prove that. Okay, so how can we test for a flawed AES counter implementation? Well, all right, so here's a little bit of math here, so hopefully this goes over okay. So we're going to want two plaintext files. We're going to want one large plaintext file that's going to consist solely of null bytes. And our goal here is that if there's a file size limitation, we want to exhaust the key stream, and we want to find that out. As we saw with the the two previous examples, there were file size limitations. So we're going to take a stab at that. For B, our second plaintext, it's going to be a non-null plaintext, just something that's a arbitrary size that's less than A that we can hopefully use our key stream that we devise to decrypt the ciphertext and generate the plaintext. So what we're going to do is have the ransomware encrypt file A, resulting in A prime or the ciphertext, and then if we take that result, A prime, and we XOR it with A, that should yield the key stream. And since A in this case is null bytes, if we XOR A, or if we XOR anything by null or 0, it's redundant. So what we have in this case, we're supposing is A prime will be our key stream. Okay? And then we go through and we encrypt the second file, B, resulting in B prime, and then we take that and we XOR it by the key stream that we generated from A, and that should result in our plaintext for B. So that's what we're proposing, so let's see if this actually holds true. So as you can see, A.text is just null bytes. Not going to go through there. Let me pause this real quick. So I wrote up this quick little dirty Python script to basically just XOR A prime with B prime. So all we're trying to do is see if that's going to yield the plain text for B. And for B, B is actually the decryptor. Then in the separate tab, you'll see that I actually saved a separate copy of the decryptor. It's called decryptor.exe. And because it's still just a Python script, but I just changed the file extension, so when I launch the ransomware, it's not going to overwrite that file too. So I can just preserve that copy and go from there. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah. Let me get that over here. Okay, that's better. Okay, so going back a little bit, there's our b.py again. Nothing looks too crazy, just XORs and bytes. And there's our fake executable. So we'll go through and launch locker.exe, and we'll see pretty quickly that the files get encrypted. And it dropped the ransom note that we already saw earlier. So we'll pop these two files into a hex editor, and what do we see? We see that, so this is the ciphertext that just generated from A. So we kind of scroll down, and at a certain point, all we see are null bytes. So either they just start XORing by null, or we actually have a limitation to the encryption. Now, if we go over to the ciphertext for B, we can see that it looks like everything in there has been encrypted. So nothing too crazy. So now we go back and we take our decryptor.exe and we rename it to decryptor.py. So we've successfully evaded the ransomware. Takes a while for the rename for some reason. Then we launch our decryptor, and everything looks fine, right? We have pretty much every line, but what we can see at the bottom is that instead of saying print output, it says print out P, and then there's two characters that look garbled. So what do we think happened? So we revisit the ciphertext, and we actually see that the two last characters, U and T for output, are still within the ciphertext. So what do we think happened? Well, what they probably did in this case, and this is without reverse engineering the encryption algorithm or anything, what we're supposing is that actually that view helps a little better. What we're supposing is that the encryption operates on specific block sizes. And if they're using a block size that's like 4 kilobytes or 4 bytes or 8 bytes, that's something that's going to be left out, and that's going to be an extraneous chunk that's not part of that won't be part of the last block that's encrypted. So it's just going to be left unencrypted within the ciphertext that's generated. So that's an edge case that you'd have to take into account with a lot of the decryptors that you're writing. You want to be able to test a lot of different file sizes, so you can make sure that yes, if you write one decryptor and it works for this one test case, that's great, but you want to test it across multiple file sizes, multiple file types, in order to cover all your edge cases. So if you write something and you release it to the public, you want to be able to make sure it's actually going to reach the audience that you want it to. Okay, and let's see. How can I get that out of there? Okay. All right, so moving on, our last example is Apocalypse. This one sounds pretty cryptic. They're saying all your files are encrypted, everything. The world's coming to an end. And just by doing some dynamic analysis, we launch the ransomware and we pull multiple ciphertexts in order to compare them a little bit. And what we can see right here is that we have what appears to be a watermark, a magic byte sequence that consists of the first four bytes there. So that's something to go off of for us. Now, if we use the same plain text that consists solely of null bytes that we'd used for our previous example, let's see if this actually generates a little bit more for us. And actually, looking through the file, just through like these, those first few hundred bytes, we can see that there does appear to be some sort of repetition in the ciphertext. It still doesn't exactly, reveal everything to us, but it's something to go off of. It's something to note. So what do we know so far? We have what appears to be a magic byte sequence. There's repetition in the ciphertext when we provide a null plain text. The ransom node, if we actually go back to that, it doesn't seem to mention an encryption type. That's kind of odd because all the other ones that we've seen so far mention some sort of industrial grade RSA 4096 and AES 256, whatever. So it's kind of curious that they don't mention that they're using some sort of high grade encryption. So let's proceed with reverse engineering from here. So for this case, we're actually going to utilize IDAPRO. And one thing that you can do right away, this is definitely a little bit more of a cheat and it's not always going to work, but you can do a simple string search against a binary literally for like instructions in the x86 instruction set. So you can do a text string search for XOR, and that'll result in finding the XOR operations. So if we look through the table of the results on the right, we can see that multiple XORs are just clearing out certain registers. So nothing big there, but the two results at the top, those are the ones that we're going to be interested in, and they both seem to be included in the same function, right? So a pretty easy way to look into a binary. Not always going to work, but it's a good place to start, and it's worth a shot. So if we actually get into the disassembly of the function that contains those XORs, we can see that those two XORs are included within that block towards the top. And as denoted by the green line that's going back and forth, those two XORs are going to be looped over. So that sounds like it's probably going to be our crypto algorithm. So moving on from there, there's two write file calls. The first write file includes the previously ASCII representation of the previously identified byte sequence for the magic byte sequence. The second write file appears to write out the transform buffer that's affected by the XORs that we saw from earlier. Okay. And here's a decompiled view of that same code section. We extrapolated out to cover more code within that function. And, this gives us a little bit more of a sanity check to determine, okay, all right, this really does look like we're reading in file contents and we're just transforming them. And there's, one specific line within the within the decompilation that we're going to focus on. So as we can see on the right, I've narrowed it down to, just the nuts and bolts of the encryption. And in this case, it's using a hard-coded key, which we've identified there. And all it really looks like it's doing is it's utilizing those two XORs, but there's a little bit more math involved here. But it's just looping over that until it's exhausted all the contents within the buffer. Now, if we look on the left, there's a Python script that I wrote to essentially mimic everything that we see here. There's nothing too special about it. I first read in the first 4 bytes. I save that off to the header, and we could do a little bit more of a sanity check to make sure it matches up with the with the previously identified magic byte sequence in order to confirm that we're working with a encrypted file. But as I said earlier, proof of concept. This doesn't have to work for every single file. Then from there, we're just individually reading in bytes and transforming them according to the set of operations that we specified there, and we're writing it out to a separate file. Okay, so let's test out this script. Okay, so we started out with our script on the left. On the right, I just have the output file already created, but it's just set to null data. So just to just show you that there's nothing in there already. So the readme.txt, the original plain text that we're using is just a readme file for Ollie debug. That was our crypttext or ciphertext to the left. And we run it through our script, and it looks like everything is good. So we've generated our plain text again. So research in the field. Despite the overall proliferation of ransomware within the last few years, researchers have managed to keep pace. And it's pretty impressive considering how much money is going around and is involved within ransomware. I think there's been estimates that in 2016 over $1 billion was successfully solicited from victims of ransomware. So new variants and new families are popping up day by day, but there are researchers that are out there that we're really working hard towards reverse engineering and analyzing all these samples, and more importantly, developing and releasing decryptors to the public for free in order to for victims to get access back to their data. The Bleeping Computer forums are a really good source to start with if you're trying to research decryptors. Blood Dolly is one of the very active members there. Malware Hunter team, Malware Tech, Demon Slay. Those guys are all very intricately involved in developing decryptors and reverse engineering ransomware. Malware Tech is pretty famous for his WannaCry kill switch that saved people quite a bit of time and pain. And there's definitely several others. And there's a lot of companies also involved in developing and releasing these decryptors to the public. And it's something that definitely should be noted because, as I said last year, over $1 billion was collected from people, but people are releasing these decryptors for free to the public, and it really is a nice service that they're providing, not only to the security community but to users in general of the internet. So to wrap things up, crypto implementations are very prevalent in ransomware. Crypto is hard. Ransom notes are definitely not the most trustworthy source for crypto implementation technical specs. So don't believe the hype if you see a really bad ransom note. It's not always going to be truthful. And as with just normal malware analysis, the reverse engineering and cryptanalysis of ransomware and decryptor development, they're not linear processes. It's going to be a lot of trial and error. You'll want to utilize chosen plain text attacks when you can in order to try to leak out more information about the encryption algorithm without having to fully reverse engineer it. And you'll want to focus on sections within the code, whether it's the disassembly or running through debugger or whatever, where modifications are going to occur. Then from there, you can use that as a base to dig deeper for more clues in order to help get a better idea of what's going on with the encryption. And initially focus on building out a proof of concept. Do a lot of stress testing so you can cover all of the edge cases like we saw with Torrent Locker. And, so you stress test, you harden, and you cover all the edge cases, and hopefully you have yourself a fully working decryptor that's going to work across the board. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you. All right, time for questions.
Hey, thanks for, wait, the mic isn't working. Thanks for taking my question.
Yeah.
So after sort of analyzing all this crypto ransomware and sort of clustering together, I guess, the mistakes that all of these authors make, can you sort of, associate them with like a group, like skiddies or like professional criminals or like software engineers? Like, who is writing this shit?
So that kind of varies, like from case to case, because there's definitely a lot of cases where you can tell by reverse engineering the code that it really doesn't reach that level of complexity that's like typically seen in more like an APT sort of scenario. What we're seeing a lot lately is the rise of ransomware as a service and ransomware kits that are developed by more seasoned developers, and they offer it up to like budding cyber criminals who want to launch their own ransomware attacks and get some of that sweet Bitcoin. I see that being as more of a cottage industry that's going to develop a little bit more. But mostly the cyber criminals that are developing their own ransomware, I would say right now, the complexity isn't where you would kind of expect it to be with the profits that have been generated so far.
Do you have any examples of stuff where do you have any examples of ones that actually did a really good job?
I do have plenty of examples, but then I want to be able to decrypt them, so that one I think is good. But with a lot of the ransomware that does the encryption right, they're utilizing asymmetric encryption, so they're doing some sort of key exchange with a C2. So they have a little bit more network infrastructure involved. But right, as long as they're doing the key exchange correctly, that seems to cover most of their bases, and in that case, then you're kind of left with just hoping for some sort of like side channel attack or some artifacts being left on disk for finding and recovering a key. So, any other questions? All right, thanks for your time.
I hope you all had a great break. Excited for our next talk, Staying Fresh While the Feds Watch, Changes in Government Surveillance, and Why It Matters. Our speaker, Anthony Hendricks, uses a background in law, privacy, data protection, and cybersecurity to explore privacy issues and gaps between law and tech, the chilling effects and impacts to all of us, especially to disproportionately marginalized groups, and what we should be asking for.
Hi, everyone. I am so excited to be presenting Staying Fresh While the Feds Watch, Changes in Government Surveillance, and Why It Matters for All of Us. My name is Anthony Hendricks. I'm a litigation partner at Crowe & Dunlevy in Oklahoma City. I also chair my firm's cybersecurity and data privacy practice group. My practice also includes high-stakes commercial litigation, along with a little bit of banking and environmental compliance. So while I may be a lawyer, I am not your lawyer, and this presentation should not be considered legal advice. Instead, think of this as a conversation between two friends. But if you need legal advice, please, please, please find a local attorney that can help you. I host a cybersecurity podcast that focuses on exposing underrepresented groups of people to the field of cybersecurity and data privacy. I also teach a cybersecurity law class and an information privacy course at Oklahoma City University School of Law. So what's up with the title of the presentation? The title of this talk comes from a song by 2 Chainz, who expressed some frustration with constant fears of government surveillance. So instead, he changed his approach and said, I might as well look fresh because the feds may be watching. So before we get into our talk, let me tell you what this presentation is not. This is not a talk that is criticizing police or law enforcement. Instead, this is an examination of the tactics used by the government, how it impacts all of us, and then we can finally have a conversation about what we should be doing in response. So let me just walk you through our agenda for today. First, we'll talk about current trends in government surveillance. Next, we'll talk about gaps in the law. Then we'll talk about how it impacts all of us. Then we'll turn and look at what the law should be doing to protect us. And then finally, we'll have a Q&A session. So let's talk about some current trends. One current trend that I've been noticing is buying access. Government agencies are buying access to private databases that have information about all of us. The government isn't collecting this information by itself. They aren't asking the court for a warrant or issuing a subpoena to a company. In fact, they don't even own the information that they're viewing. Instead, they're just paying for access to someone else's database. So let me give you a couple of examples. The first example is that the U.S. Immigrations and Custom Enforcement officers are using the CLEAR database to look through phone, water, and electric utility records to find and locate people who have allegedly violated our immigration laws. This same database is being used by the Department of Justice, police departments, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Defense. Last year, it was revealed that the Department of Homeland Security purchased access to cell phone location records from a data broker. So previously, federal agencies had issued subpoenas to get this information. They would send a subpoena to a phone company. But in 2018, the U.S. Supreme Court said that no, you can't just send a subpoena. You actually have to get a warrant. So now, instead of going through this formal process like the Supreme Court said, these agencies are gaining access to this information by simply purchasing an account. Another trend that I want to highlight is the use of facial recognition software. Law enforcement, but particularly police officers, have increasingly used facial recognition software. And so they do this in one or two ways. Police will either use a third-party database that includes images that could be scraped from websites, or they develop their own database that uses driver's license photos and state IDs to build a database to look through. So let me talk about an example of the use of facial recognition software. Last year, the New York Police Department used facial recognition software to identify a Black Lives Matter protester who was suspected of assaulting a police officer. And so while we may say, okay, facial recognition software is a great tool for police officers, for our law enforcement to help them do their job, but there are some issues with facial recognition software, especially when it comes to identifying faces of Black people. They often have a harder time doing that. They also have a harder time doing that when it comes to the faces of women. Another trend that I've seen is IoT devices as government witnesses. And so if you think this topic is interesting, myself and one of my colleagues are presenting in the IoT Village on this exact same topic. So I'll just give you kind of a high level view. IoT devices generate a ton of data. Some have estimated that this amount is 600 trillion gigabytes of data per year. And so this information is all types of information about people. It includes information about your location, where you are, your heart rate, the conversations that you have, how many steps that you're taking in a day, and then video inside your house and sometimes outside of your house. And so prosecutors have attempted to use these devices and all the information that they collect in criminal investigations. So let me give you one example of this. We have the case Arkansas versus Bates. This is where state prosecutors sought to obtain from Amazon information and recordings from a murder defendant's Amazon Echo smart speaker. The defendant had multiple Amazon Echo devices in his home. And so the police said, oh, we'll be able to kind of get a better idea of what happened that night of the murder by gaining access to these Amazon devices and what audio they may have. Amazon filed a search warrant for the device. But ultimately, the defendant in the case told Amazon, it's okay, produce the information. And so after the information was presented to the police officers, they actually decided to drop the charges against Mr. Bates, finding that they did not have enough evidence to support this murder charge. Another trend that I'm seeing is crowdsourcing. Law enforcement has also used crowdsourcing on social media to help identify suspects. And we've seen this happen after the January 6th riot at the US Capitol. I included a tweet from the FBI where they're showing pictures of a potential suspect, and they're asking people on social media to help identify them. We've also seen police use this to identify Black Lives Matter protesters and other protesters recently. Along with crowdsourcing, we also have monitoring on social media. So law enforcement have just simply started looking at people's posts and groups on social media. While some people may say, okay, I don't have an issue with this because most people's posts are public. But unfortunately, there are no set limits and rules on how the government can gather and use this information. So now that we've kind of walked through some of the trends that I'm seeing with surveillance, let's look at the law and some of the gaps in our law and the reason why. So we're going to be talking a little bit about the Fourth Amendment and constitutional law. So I want to give everybody just a crash course in constitutional law. So the Fourth Amendment gives us protections from unreasonable search and seizure. So it basically means that the government can't just come into your house and look through your stuff to find evidence against you. They have to go through certain processes to be able to do searches and seizure of information. So I want to talk about two key terms that we'll see a lot in Fourth Amendment cases. One is the reasonable expectation of privacy. So when the Fourth Amendment was written, it was written in such a way that it protected you from unreasonable search and seizures in your home. But people aren't just in their homes. And so this idea of reasonable expectation of privacy means that when you can reasonably expect privacy, that Fourth Amendment right goes with you. It goes with the person and not just the place. And so, for instance, if you're in your car, with your doors locked, your trunk locked, you have a reasonable expectation of privacy. Another concept I want to talk about is this third-party doctrine that says that if you have information and you have it with you, you have that Fourth Amendment right to this information. But if you give that information to a third party, you no longer have that Fourth Amendment protection of that information because someone else has that information. And so we often see this when we talk about phone records. When you make a call, the records of that communication are with your phone company. And so that third party actually has your records. And so you don't have that Fourth Amendment protection on records or information that a third party has. Finally, I just want to talk a little bit about warrants. So you should think about warrants not as that piece of paper that you see on TV shows where people are waving around that they have a warrant. You should think about a warrant as a process, something saying that our law enforcement went through the process of going to a court and complying with the court's rules. And that piece of paper that they're waving around is just a receipt of them following a process. So now I want to talk a little bit about some court decisions. Courts are generally backwards looking. They make judgments based on facts that happened in the past. And courts are ruling often in a limited scope. Courts will repeatedly leave open issues or questions, and they'll acknowledge much in the ruling, saying that we're not deciding this issue at this time. We're going to leave open this question. And they only focus on answering the question before them. And so some people may think that this is a bad thing, but it's actually good because it means that the court is only focused on the issue that's in front of them, that's been fully briefed, fully outlined, where all the facts match. But in addition, our court process takes a long time. Getting a case from state court or from district court to the Supreme Court can take years. And so I want to present one example, one case that kind of walks us through these issues that I identified earlier with our court system. And so this is Carpenter versus US. So in 2018, the Supreme Court held that police need a warrant to access cell site location information from a cell phone company. So what are the facts of this case? In 2011, so 7 years before the court's decision, a group of men were arrested for a string of robberies. Now, one of the suspects, he decided to cooperate with the government, and he gave the FBI the phone numbers of his other accomplices who had not been arrested. So now the FBI needs some evidence to pin these people who haven't been arrested yet to the actual location of the robberies. And so the FBI used the phone number to request cell site location information. The FBI attempted to get records using a subpoena. The Supreme Court held in its decision that an individual maintains a legitimate expectation of privacy in the records of his physical movements as captured by cell site location information. The location information obtained from Carpenter's wireless carrier was a product of a search. But this case didn't address all the issues related to cell site location information. Instead, there were some open questions about what to do when law enforcement gets this same information, not by issuing a subpoena or trying to get a warrant, but by buying access to a database that has this information. Another gap in the law that I kind of want to walk us through is that older laws don't really address technology. The laws that we use to address surveillance and cybersecurity are often very old. The Fourth Amendment was ratified on March 1st, 1792. The Federal Privacy Act, which we'll talk about a little bit later, was passed in 1974. These laws did not envision how the government would be using technology. I'm pretty sure our framers had no idea about how much information was going to be available through technology. Another gap in our law is related to simple overreach by law enforcement. There are several laws that place limits on government surveillance, and I want to just highlight one of them for a moment, and that's the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. This established standards and procedures for electronic surveillance that collect foreign intelligence within the United States. And so it places restrictions on how you can collect certain information. Under Section 702, the government can obtain emails and communications from technology companies as part of their foreign intelligence gathering. So let me just walk you through the process of 702. So we have the Attorney General and we have the Director of National Intelligence, and they submit to our foreign intelligence surveillance courts just a list of categories of foreign intelligence that they are attempting to use 702 to collect. And so they send that to the courts review this, and they kind of review the procedure on how they collect this information and what they do with this information, and they issue orders. They send this back to our Attorney General and Director of National Intelligence. And then finally, after the court has approved and sent them these approvals, they are now allowed to send to U.S. companies, orders to collect information. And so it's just a full kind of process with rules and procedures. Unfortunately, there have been instances where the FBI has searched data collected under Section 702 without proper justification. And so for the FBI to be able to search through this information, the 702 information that was collected, they must be reasonably likely to retrieve foreign intelligence information or evidence of a crime. And so there's particular rules on them using this database. However, there have been findings of violations where the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court finds that the FBI has used this database for simple background checks, which is not the purpose, which is not what the rules require. But even still, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court still ruled that the FBI's procedures and safeguards in place meet the Fourth Amendment requirements. So now let's talk about the impact on us. So these trends that I've kind of highlighted impact all of us, but they are particularly impactful to people of color. And so let's just take a moment and talk about how it impacts all of us. So law enforcement monitoring social media posts on the public impacts all of us. They're looking, and we don't know who they're looking at. There's a possibility that a post can actually be misinterpreted, especially if the posts are analyzed using automated tools. So let me give you an example. On social media, I told my friends, I am going to be at DEF CON. And so one of my friends responded back, "That's dope. I'm going to hit you up when you come back." So for me, I know he means congratulations, and I'll see you when you get back. But if we're using an automated tool and they're just using keywords, they may take that to mean that we're talking about drugs, dope, and that maybe somebody was going to commit some violence, hit you up. There's also this idea that monitoring on social media can have a chilling effect on the First Amendment. People have this freedom of speech. And so if you know in the back of your head that the government is able to monitor social media posts, especially without rules and regulations on how and when they can do that, it may change how you act on the internet. It may change what things you can say. Instead of you criticizing a local law or criticizing a politician for not doing something that you would want them to do, maybe you'll be quiet because you don't want the government reading these posts and taking them out of context. And so it impacts all of us. It impacts our behavior and what we do. So now let's just spend a moment and talk about the impact on people of color. The Brennan Center last year pointed out that social media surveillance by law enforcement disproportionately targets communities of color and other marginalized groups. And so we have this thing where they're looking at everybody's social media, but they're really targeting the most marginalized groups. This same type of impact can be seen in each of the trends in government surveillance. And so I want to just present one example of this so that it kind of hits home. So in January of 2020, Robert Williams, who lives in Detroit, was arrested based on facial recognition software. So some of you may be thinking, so what? They used facial recognition software, they arrested a suspect, end of the story. But the arresting officers later concluded that the match generated by their facial recognition software had made a mistake when they selected Mr. Williams. So while the police department in Detroit stated that the match was by no means the defining piece of evidence that led to his arrest, when you talk to Mr. Williams about what happened after he was arrested, he'll tell you that the police never asked him to provide cellular data to show that he was there. They never asked for an alibi of where were you at the time of this event. So despite the police admitting that they made a mistake, he was still detained in the police station, in jail, in custody for 30 hours. Now, 30 hours doesn't seem like a lot of time, but I wouldn't wish jail on anyone. And being in jail, especially there, knowing that you did not commit the crime, and the police knowing that you did not commit the crime, can certainly have a devastating impact on your mental health. So what should the law do? We've talked about the current trends. We talked about the gaps in the law that allow these trends to happen. And we talked about its impact on us and our community. So what should the law be doing to help us? So we're going to start at the obvious. Ask Congress to update our laws. Sounds pretty simple. The laws that address surveillance are old, and they need to be updated to match our technical capabilities. So for example, let's talk about the Federal Privacy Act. This restricts how and when agencies can gather information about people. The law should also reflect how the government is using information now. They're not just collecting information to create their own database. Instead, agencies are buying access to other people's databases, so they don't have to collect that information. There should be rules and restrictions on how and when they can access this information, because that's what they're doing now. Next, we need to create the rules of the game. We need to define clear rules on how and when law enforcement can search social media. Placing limits on the types of databases that the government can purchase is also another important thing. And finally, at a minimum, Congress should be aware of the databases that agencies buy access to. When the story happened this year, reporting that ICE was using a clear database to access all of these utility records, members of Congress were shocked. They had no idea that that's what this agency was doing. And so at a minimum, our lawmakers should know what our agencies and what the government is doing. Next, we need to have a real conversation about facial recognition software. There are numerous studies that talk about the bias in facial recognition software. There are also several stories about the ways that some companies even get these pictures to use for their database. And we've seen from our example of Mr. Williams how devastating when we get this wrong. We should either place limits on its use, and if not, then we should maybe consider an outright ban until our law can catch up with technology. So what did we learn today? Technology is changing and government surveillance is changing as well. The law is struggling to keep up because our laws did not contemplate the changes in technology, and our courts were designed to look backwards. We should be asking lawmakers to update our laws, create clear standards, and in some instances, ban or limit certain techniques. Thank you so much. It has been my time. My contact information is included on this last slide so that you have it. And I'm so excited to have a great conversation with you during the Q&A session. Thank you so much.
And here we are. Thank you so much for joining us today. I am so thrilled you're here. All right. So I guess let's double check for some questions from the chat first. Also, the agencies themselves don't know what facial recognition databases they are using. Oh, yeah, that is an issue. It's just a comment. I'm going to let people ask questions because I see Rihanna typing. But I guess personally, I have some questions first to ask. There are a lot of miscommunications about like the differences of warrants and subpoenas, especially in the general public. No thanks to Hollywood personally. How do you suggest helping dispel these issues of like misunderstandings? And how can we help people educate themselves on these differences?
Sure. I think there's a lot of confusion because we all watch TV. And we see all of those TV shows where they talk about these legal concepts and they present it in such a way that you don't have a realistic view. So some of the things that people can do is go to a court and watch. Just watch what happens in the court one day. You can just walk in, sure, there are some COVID restrictions right now, but maybe next year you can kind of just walk in and go to a court and kind of watch something, just anything. They'll let you sit in and watch. And sometimes judges will even let you talk to them afterwards, and they'll kind of just explain what happened because they want citizens to be informed. And then just take some time and try to read articles and try to get the information kind of firsthand.
I gotta say, if you also live in DC, it is great because you can actually go right into Congress and listen. It is awesome. Super recommend it. And yes, if you have blue hair, they do look at you kind of funny, but ignoring that part. What do you think of the Fourth Amendment is not for sale act bill from Senator Wyden? Putting you on the spot.
Say it again. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you.
What do you think of the Fourth Amendment is not for sale act bill from Senator Wyden?
I don't think I've seen that bill and kind of looked into it, but
okay.
So I'm sorry I couldn't answer.
No worries. Also, comment that watching court proceedings is even easier now because a lot of it is on Zoom and the links are available publicly. Yeah. Ooh, nice. Also, I see people typing, so I'm going to let them do that. Perfect. And in the meantime, because I also have lots of questions.
Go right ahead.
I love this area of topic in once again, a love-hate relationship of it's an interesting area to talk about, but also horrifying. So as you talked a lot in your talk, a lot of this takes time to change and fix, and this has real impact on people today. And the fact it takes years to go through these proceedings means like people don't have access to like their communities and their families for years. How can we help reduce the level of harm on communities, especially to people of color, during the time periods that they don't have access to those resources that are valuable to them?
Sure. I think the thing that we can do now is kind of have an open dialogue to understand what these new types of surveillance is. Because once you know what's going on, you can better protect yourself just from the simple fact that you know what's going on, because it will take the court system, some time. We can hope on Congress to pass something. But oftentimes it takes them a longer time period to get things done. So while we're waiting on them, I think just having an understanding of what these new surveillance tools are and techniques are, you can kind of just better defend yourself because you know what to expect.
Very specific question coming towards your way. I will be very slow reading this one, and I'm going to put it as close to my face because I'm honestly not really, my eyesight's really poor. As a fun fact, our privacy impact assessments under Section 208 of the E-Government Act, an effective way of communicating what information is collected by the government, arguably better than SORNs, SORNs, but do they meet the transparency intent? Sorry, I was loaded. Terminology.
Yeah, that's a very very specific question. I'm not really sure how to respond to that, but what I will say is we do need mechanisms that are transparent for people to understand it. So whether it's something where there's filings on what the government uses for surveillance, it should be publicly available so that people kind of understand what those are. Members of Congress should know what's happening with that, because some of the examples that I brought up in my talk, members of Congress just didn't know what these agencies were doing with their funding. And so there were a lot of letters from members of Congress who were very, very surprised with what was going on.
Yeah, that's just horrifying that they don't even realize what's happening in their own sector of government. Sorry, that's just like, I don't understand how they don't know what's happening there. Hopefully it answers your question. Sorry. Let's see, does anyone have any other questions? Let's see. I guess I personally have another question.
Sure.
And if anyone else has questions, please ask them now. Otherwise, we'll wrap up. So in your talk, you did talk about how technology, of course, can like have huge ramifications, especially with like the use of IoT and like the usage of these tools against folks and creating like communities of interest effectively, right? How can we prevent these creations of data sets that effectively create the communities of interest that these agencies are looking for, that create primary, secondary, and further on sets outside of the primary targets they're even going for in the first place? Like, what are ways that folks can protect themselves and the people around them that they don't realize are even going to be put into this group without them realizing it?
I think people should take an inventory of what information they are giving away to companies. And so, when you have all of these IoT devices, you should kind of think before you purchase the one, saying, what type of information would it collect when I get this IoT device? Do I really need a smart toaster with a speaker on it? Do I need a smart fridge to record what I'm saying in the kitchen? And so if we can kind of just be selective on the IoT devices that we're using, if we can do opt-outs, a lot of these companies that collect information about you, they have opt-out provisions and opt-out opportunities for you. And so you should go through the process of figuring out what information is being collected, deciding which IoT devices you want to use. Is it actually something that's useful and that I want? And then opting out to information at every opportunity that you can to opt out. So it limits the amount of information that you have about you. Some things you can't opt out about, your electric bill, your phone bill, and things of that nature. Those bills are going to be around, and those can be picked up and used in a database. But there are just some small things that you can do.
Okay, so another question that I will bring my other laptop closer so I can read it very
Okay,
clearly.
all right.
Clearview AI has asserted that they have a First Amendment right to collect billions of photos of people and sell those data sets for FR purposes to law enforcement. What do you think of that argument? Is it different what they do when they do it versus when academics create a data set of publicly available photos for some kind of research that's a little less sinister than Clearview?
Yeah, I've seen that argument from them. I'm not buying it. They're taking our information and then they're selling it to make a profit. It's very different than when you do it for a research purpose, where you're trying to gather information, you're trying to explain a concept. And the thing about it is, people don't know that they're doing this. People don't know that they are taking that information that's on the internet, because you may have exposed your profile for one set purpose. You created a LinkedIn so that you could connect with people for business purposes. You didn't know when you set up that LinkedIn that it was going to be used for them to scrape from the internet, for them to bundle it together, and then for them to sell it and make a profit. So I don't buy that argument because people just don't know what they're actually doing. And so a lot of people are going to be surprised that they're in some database.
Do you think it's realistic at all for us to have a national data protection and regulatory law and like group potentially, like we do for like California, for example?
So yeah, we should have one. I really hope that we get one, just because there's a whole bunch of states have, created their own data breach laws, and only some states have created their consumer privacy laws. And so we need a federal standard, just so that we all have a floor, of laws, because right now there can be a data breach in California of fingerprints, and they could also include information about Oklahomans, but because under Oklahoma's data breach law, biometric information isn't included. So that means that someone in California can get noticed, and then people in Oklahoma can't or won't, unless the business actually decides to go above and beyond for the reporting obligations. And so just setting a federal standard kind of sets us a floor and kind of brings everybody up to at least the floor.
I see more typing, so I'm going to let this happen.
All right.
Pursuant to my question about national law, about data breach and data security, efforts to pass such a law have actually gone hung up by two issues: private right of action and preemption. Should there be a private right of action in a federal law, and should it preempt state laws?
Yeah, so there should be a private right of action. This is just me, Anthony, talking, not Anthony as a lawyer. It's Anthony talking. Let's just get that
once
clear.
again, you're not anyone's attorney here, and you're as yourself.
Yeah, and so I think so, because it kind of allows people to have an ability, a way to go after companies if they do something that's actually really wrong. When we talk about preemption, it really just depends on what the language of the law is and how detailed it is, because there are 50 different states. So maybe if we preempt them for notice requirements, so that there's just one set notice requirement, I think that might be fine. That's probably good, so that everyone knows what you're supposed to do for reporting. But when it comes to other consumer aspects of privacy, maybe not preempt state law. Allow there to be some room for states to be involved.
So I think that probably is a good place to wrap up for, unless there is someone typing one last thing. Let's see what it is. I'm so sorry if this is not how you thought you were going to spend your Saturday.
No.
I saw you typing. If you have a question, I am right here for you. I will give you 10 more seconds to type a single character back in. All right, I guess with that, we'll wrap up this Q&A. Any other questions? I think you can just send them directly. Thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you for your talk.
Yes, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your help.
Bye. Once I figure out how to cut this one. Just realized I was muted. Before our next 30 Looking Glass talk, as a heads up for tomorrow's workshop from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. by Mauricio Tavares and Matt Nash, Practically Protecting Phone Privacy. There is a link for the workshop tomorrow. You can find information for the workshop at cryptovillage.org. This has also a GitHub link for the instructions. Please let us know if you have any questions. Otherwise, looking forward to seeing you all there as well.
All right, welcome. Our first speaker today is Matt Chung. He's talking about hacking on multi-party computation. It's okay to take pictures of the speaker for this talk. Give it up for Matt Chung.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about my experience with multi-party computation. This is something that I first encountered about 6 years ago, and I don't know, I thought it was a really cool topic and wanted to share it with you guys. So, start off, what is multi-party computation? Well, the idea is that you might have multiple parties that want to, that have private inputs to a function, but they want to jointly compute that function without revealing what it is they're computing. And I don't know, when I first heard this, I don't know, that sounded like magic. But of course, it's just math, right? Which to some people might be just as good as magic. So a little bit of history, one of the first problems that was posed in the area of multi-party computation is called the millionaire's problem. And I guess nowadays it'd probably be the billionaire's problem because millionaire, that's no big deal now, right? So the idea is that you have two millionaires that want to compare their net worth, but they don't want to reveal what that net worth is. So how can they determine who is the winner in that without revealing it? And so the answer that was first developed was to use something called garbled circuits. That's a pretty fancy name, but basically it takes a Boolean circuit and turns it into some sort of encrypted Boolean circuit. And we'll see a little bit about how they do that. But first, one of the key concepts in order to make this work is called oblivious transfer. And so the idea here, and this is I think one of the first things I was like, oh, this is magic, is that say I have two pieces of information and you want to request one of them without telling me which one you requested, and I want to send it to you, but without revealing the one that you didn't request. And so that's what oblivious transfer does. It allows you to request a piece of information and only get back what you requested without telling me which one you requested. And this is just like in more formal language what that is. Okay, so what is the whole garbled circuit protocol? So first, you have to take your function and describe it as a Boolean circuit. So in the case of the millionaire's problem, you want to create the greater than comparator operator in terms of a Boolean circuit. And then, of course, this is a cryptography, so our two players in this protocol are Alice and Bob. And so Alice garbles or encrypts the circuit, and she sends this garbled circuit to Bob along with her encrypted inputs. Bob receives the encrypted inputs and does oblivious transfer to get his encrypted outputs. Or sorry, you get the encrypted inputs through oblivious transfer. Bob then evaluates the circuit, and then he needs to communicate back with Alice to determine what the output of the function is. And this can either be done by just having Alice find out what the answer is, or they could share the answer. But this allows evaluation of essentially arbitrary Boolean circuits, but it is relatively slow. It requires a lot of communication. So a different mechanism for doing this kind of multi-party computation is what's known as homomorphic encryption. And this is something that was observed early on with one of the first public key cryptographic systems, RSA. It was observed that RSA exhibits a multiplicatively homomorphic property. Also, another encryption scheme which isn't quite as widely used, but was defined about the same time, was Algol. So they both have this multiplicative property. And just to give a brief overview of this, Briefly, an RSA public key is a pair of numbers N and E, and without getting into the details about how about E and everything, N is a product of two large primes, P and Q, and to encrypt a message, we simply we view the message as a number from 0 to n, and raise m to the eth power. And it was observed that if you take the ciphertext of the two ciphertexts and you multiply them together, just because of the way that multiplying two numbers with raised to the same power works, that's the same thing as encrypting the product. So you have this property. I could give you two, or you could give me two values that have been encrypted with RSA. I can just multiply them together, give that back to you, and then that's the an encryption of the product of the original numbers. Now, this is, again, with unpadded RSA, like sort of the textbook RSA, but it's an interesting property to observe. Algol is a different scheme that isn't as widely used, but and I'm glossing over a bunch of details here, but the main point is that there's a public key that specifies a prime number, and I guess there should also be a generator there, and a public value y, and to encrypt each time that somebody encrypts a message, they generate a random number r, raise g to the rth power mod p, and multiply the message m by y to the rth power. And just like with RSA, this has a multiplicative property. If you do component-wise multiplication, in the first component, the exponents add, but that's just another g to random number. And in the second component, you have the m1 and m2 multiplied together times y to that same random number that g is being raised to. So it's, again, multiplicatively homomorphic. But something that's perhaps a little bit more useful, and at least something that I actually had used before, was additively homomorphic encryption schemes. So, whoa, that's loud. The first one is additive Algol. So we could actually modify the Algol scheme that we saw before to produce an additively homomorphic scheme. And then there's also pi-a, which actually works out a little bit better. But we'll start off with additive Algol. So this just requires a slight tweak to the original scheme. So instead of multiplying just by the message, we're going to raise the generator g to the mth power. And then when we multiply component-wise, the addition will happen in the exponent. And though there's a little bit of a problem with this scheme in that when you try to do the decryption, you'll do the same process as you do normally, where what you do to decrypt is raise the first component, the g, to the x power, that's the private key. And that will give you the y to the r1 plus r2, and then you can compute its inverse, do that multiplication, and you're left with g to the m1 plus m2. And that is not easy to come up with because, in fact, the entire security around this scheme is that it's hard to determine what the exponent is given just the number. So that's what's referred to as the discrete log problem. But there's still useful cases for this. Pi-a, on the other hand, okay, this is a much longer key generation scheme. It uses an RSA style modulus, and a bunch of technical details here that just having for your sake, but I don't think that I really need to talk about all the details. A lot of feedback. Okay, so, but the upshot of all this, so this is the encryption algorithm, and then to decrypt, it has this nice property that, I guess going back, you see that just like with the additive algorithm, the message goes in the exponent of this G value. And so when you multiply ciphertexts together, you'll have that additive property. But this essentially allows you to compute discrete logs easily if you have the private key information. So far I've just talked about a multiplicatively homomorphic scheme or an additively homomorphic scheme, but what would be really nice is to be able to do both, or have a fully homomorphic scheme. So have it so that it can be compute addition and multiplication on the ciphertext. It turns out that so this was I think first accomplished in 2009 by Craig Gentry, and what he did was he used this lattice-based encryption scheme that was somewhat fully homomorphic, and what that means is that you can do addition and multiplication up to a point. In particular, you can evaluate polynomials up to a certain degree, and it turns out that with his scheme, you could write the decryption circuit in terms of this, in terms of polynomial that's small enough so that you can sort of decrypt while homomorphically, and then doing one more operation. So you can sort of imagine this as you have like two locked boxes, one inside of the other, and you're able to unlock the inner box without having to unlock the outer box. So that's how that works. Currently, it's still pretty slow. I know that there have been some improvements, but it's generally a pretty slow procedure. Now, this is so there was actually a tool that I've used in the past, although it was pretty tricky to get to work, but it's the tool for automating secure two-party computation, or TASTY for short. And the language for it was a Python-like language, and what you do is specify what the client and server operations are, and it would compile two separate binaries, a client and server, for you. And it actually supported both additively homomorphic encryption and garbled circuits. So you could actually combine those two operations into a single protocol. So one example of how this might be useful is, say, this is an example I can think of that in machine learning, oftentimes when you're doing some, like say, a classification procedure, after you've trained your algorithm, you have some vector that represents information about what your algorithm is trained. And this may be some sort of proprietary information that you don't want to share. And correspondingly, somebody who might want to run their information against your classifier doesn't want to actually share the information. So what you could do is the client could encrypt their the information that would go into the algorithm and submit it. And on the server side, they keep the vector in plain text. And with an additively homomorphic scheme, you can compute the inner product of two vectors, where one is encrypted and the other is just a plain text vector, because if you multiply an encrypted number by an encrypted value by just a number, then that just works like the way that you would think about from grade school how multiplication works, right? Where you define multiplication as repeated addition. So you can do the same thing with an additively homomorphic scheme. So you could first do that to come up with a value, and then what you often have to do is compare that to whether or not it's greater than or less than a particular value. So you could then use a garbled circuit to compare the resulting value with what the algorithm wants. So it was difficult to use. I found I think I was only able to get this thing to work using Gentoo and a lot of painful work. But part of the point of this talk was to show that there are actually some tools out there where you can start playing with these kinds of algorithms and techniques. We're going to take a little bit of a detour from the hardcore computational aspects and talk a little bit about zero knowledge proofs. So I'm going to speed run through a blog posting by Matthew Green. I'm really cribbing this section from his blog post. He wrote an awesome blog I have listed in the references slide that explains what zero knowledge is all about. And so the main idea behind it is that I want to convince somebody that I know some information, but without revealing what that information is. And we're going to go through a particular example that he went through in his blog posting. So there are three properties of zero knowledge. Completeness, that means that if I actually know the information that I'm trying to prove, then I can prove it to you. Soundness means that, in fact, I can only convince you that I know the answer if I do know the answer to the problem. And the zero knowledge is the part where you're not able to extract information about the solution from my proof. So the example Matthew Green gave was a graph tree coloring problem. So he picked Google. He said, maybe some customer comes to Google and says, I want you to use all of your computational power to find a three coloring of a graph. And this could be useful for cell phone providers to make sure that they're not overlapping frequencies of cell towers. But Google doesn't want to do all this work and then just give it away. And likewise, their client's doesn't want to pay for it unless they are actually sure that Google did the problem, right? So you have some graph here, and you have to make sure that you can find colorings so that with only three colors, so that no two colors share an edge. So here's an example coloring of that graph. But again, and this is a small graph, so this is one that would be fairly easy to just do by hand. But imagine you have a much larger one. Now, Google wants to hide all information, so it's going to put hats on top of its graph. You imagine that they have this big room with the graph laid out, and underneath it's colored, but they're going to cover it up with hats. And what they're going to do to prove that they've solved the problem is say to the customer, I'll let you pick two hats and to reveal what colors they are. And if the customer does this enough times, they will ultimately be convinced that Google did actually do the three coloring. So they pick up those two and they see, okay, node 7 is purple and node 8 is blue. But one thing that Google doesn't want, so the client's like, okay, well, I might just gotten lucky that one time. I want you to prove it to me by letting me do it more times. But if we just left the coloring the same, then they could learn most of the coloring and maybe even be able to figure out the rest of it on their own. So what Google does is each time the customer picks up those two hats and puts them back down, they randomly recolor it, but still making it a valid three coloring. And so no information about which colors were in the first try will help somebody on the second try learning more information about the three coloring. Or at least that's what we hope for. And so I hope it's fairly clear that the completeness and soundness portion should be fairly clear here. The interesting thing is, how do we know that this is really not leaking any information about the three coloring? And so that's where the blog post was really informative for me, was that it illustrates that the way that you have to think about it is, how could you cheat this protocol? And so Matthew Green's solution was time machines. So now what does he mean by that? Well, suppose that Google was cheating and just came up with a random coloring, and anytime they got caught, they hop into a DeLorean, go back in time, and change the coloring. Because like they know which two hats they're going to be picking, so they're like, all right, we're just going to make sure that those two colors are different. Now, it turns out that this procedure would be indistinguishable from if they had actually done it correctly. So the point being that if the customer was able to figure out information about the 3 coloring from this protocol, then they would have been able to do it from the cheating protocol with the time machine. But that was garbage. So that's the general idea of the proof of that they're not able to extract it when it's actually done correctly. So this is, again, another tool developed by the folks at JHU and Matthew Green in particular, which I haven't had a chance to play with yet, but I've been meaning to. It's called Charm, and it supports a number of crypto primitives, including, as it says here, like some basic math things, rings and fields, elliptic curves, and zero knowledge proofs, all that kind of good stuff. So something to take a look at. So why did he go off on this zero knowledge stuff? Well, there are 2 security models for these protocols. There's honest but curious and then the malicious model. And honest but curious is what you might think. It's just, I'm going to run through the protocol correctly, and I want to get information about what the other person had put into it, but I'm not going to try and cheat. And the malicious one is, I'm going to try and cheat as much as I can, and you have to try and catch me. And so that's where the zero knowledge proofs come in, is that the zero knowledge proofs are used to detect cheating and allow somebody to abort if the cheating is detected. And so I'm going to briefly talk about, really briefly, talk about this protocol that I helped do some implementation work with 6 years ago. It was a secure text pattern matching algorithm called 5PM. And I'll briefly illustrate, this is the sort of insecure version of it. The idea behind this protocol is that you set up these what are called character delay vectors that tell you that if a letter in the pattern that you're looking for is found, then let's just assume that we found it in our pattern. How many steps further would we have to go before we reach the end of the pattern? And we put a 1 there, and so that's what the vectors over on the left are, and we just go through the text on the server side and we add and shift down, and we can use an additively homomorphic encryption scheme to replace this insecure version with a version that operates on encrypted data. And so you can use PI or additive algomal, elliptic curved algomal, and that's how the honest but curious version works. In the malicious model, we use a couple of things. One thing is called threshold encryption, which allows the 2 players to jointly come up with an encryption key that they will then use to encrypt both of their inputs. They actually swap, both go through that same text search protocol using some linear algebra, and then they use zero knowledge proofs to detect if one or the other is cheating and abort in that case. And so I'll quickly conclude with saying that cryptography generally is kind of about anytime that you wish you had some trusted third party who could handle information for you. We're going to use cryptography to do that instead. And there are some tools out there that you can try to use. You can try to use some of your own implementations. I actually just recently sort of redid the honest but curious version of that protocol in Python, like during a hackathon at night, really quick. But of course, don't rely on anything that's not been verified. And with that, there are some references, but I'll be releasing the slides after the talk. So, and I'll tweet about that at Crypto Village. So I think I'm just out of time. So thank you.
All right. I am so excited to have y'all here once again. So, how have everything gone so far at the challenge this year?
So far, really good. So we have quite a good showing. I think we have, so right now we have 132 teams registered, and 20 teams have submitted correct answers. So I would say pretty good participation this year.
Holy shucks.
I think the scoreboard is still anyone's game. Let's see. How many teams do we have vying for the lead right now? Looks like we have 2 teams in first with 600 points each. And then we have a team with 500 points, and then a number of teams with 400 points. So, you know, the magic number of the day is I think 1,100 points. We have 10 puzzles plus a meta.
Yeah.
So we're getting there, but there's still a lot of space.
Wow. Sorry, I had no idea how many people were on that challenge at all until just now. So I'm just like, that's my initial first reaction. Like, holy shit, that's a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, to add some context to that, so that's 130 teams who actually connected into our BBS server and made an account, which, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a huge barrier of entry, but it's, you know, you have to show at least a little bit of commitment to get that far.
And how many of those teams, Kevin, have scored points, you said?
So of the 132 teams, we have 20 teams with points. So that's 20 teams who've had correct submissions. We've had 86 teams who've submitted answers that I guess maybe weren't right.
So if it wasn't clear, drop your channels in the in the chat, and we're happy to answer everything from Q&A. We should also talk through, like, what puzzles have you seen be the most popular so far in terms of like what people have solved or not solved?
Yeah, so I would say Pig and Pepper is possibly the favorite so far, and maybe that's a little tongue in cheek. So we've had 326 submissions for Pig and Pepper. We've had 19 correct submissions. So I think teams are maybe struggling with what we're looking for, what they should be looking for, with what a correct answer looks like. You know, I think the blunt answer is, well, you'll know it when you have it. But one frequent answer that I've seen that's not correct is just stringing all of the kind of intermediate answers together. So maybe the hint or suggestion for teams there is to keep going. You'll know when you have the full answer.
Agreed. And it's also the puzzle you're pointing people at. So I'm not as a starter puzzle. So I'm not super surprised people have been starting on that one. But it's good to see a lot of action.
That's right. So for that one, you know, I think a number of people have also had questions about like what is relevant and what isn't relevant. So, you know, can you tell us, Maya, about maybe the title of this one? Like what hints might exist in the title that people should be looking at?
Yeah, the title is Pig and Pepper, which is one of the chapters in Alice in Wonderland, which has, I believe, a frog or a toad and another animal talking. And if you read the flavor text of the puzzle, which is the part of the puzzle like description before the like actual puzzle, there's some more hints in there. That's actually all quoted from Alice in Wonderland with some unnecessary content removed. Yeah, the title, just the title gives you a good idea of what kind of ciphering you might be looking at and maybe a theme for that puzzle. Just the title. And that just happenstance based on the we built that puzzle around the chapter in Alice in Wonderland. So it's convenient to be able to draw so many ideas directly from Alice in Wonderland.
That's great.
Should we talk about the other puzzles that are the most solved so far?
Sure.
I think Caucus Race is the second most solved. I see 11 solves there. Yeah.
11 solves on caucus race.
Hopefully one that's, again, fairly approachable, maybe a little bit obscure in terms of what you're looking for. But again, if you look at the title and you look at the flavor text, it gives you a pretty strong idea of where you might want to head. Both Pig and Pepper and Caucus Race have hints that we've posted in Discord and on Twitter as well.
That's right.
Do you want to talk about the third most solved one? I believe that's Wonder
Watch.
Wonder Watch.
So yeah, so a number of teams, so 8 teams have submitted correct answers for Wonder Watch. This one is a little unique. There isn't any upfront flavor text, but there's quite a bit of kind of content in the image itself. You're presented with a clock with a number of hands, and you have to figure out how to interpret that. So once you let's say figure out what time it is, the next step is well, what do I do? So I think we have a few hints queued up there. If people are stuck on Wonder Watch, I'd like to hear what your thoughts are or where you're stuck.
We do have a question in the Discord. Do you want to jump to that, or do you want to talk a bit more about puzzles and first?
Sure.
Sure.
Might be a little bit of a non-answer.
The question is, verbatim, Hoofman's Headache and Pool of Tears, what is even going on here at all? Just a wall of numbers.
What? You mean numbers don't equal meaning in text and answers? Yeah, so these two are on the spectrum of kind of things that we made up, or that I made up. So with Hoofman's Headache, you will find your way to a specific algorithm, and that won't get you very far. You'll need to understand what to do with that algorithm, and you'll have to understand how, let's say, Wonderland has modified that algorithm. So expect more hints to come there, but you need to find out what. So there's a very specific algorithm. In fact, if you look at the last letter or the last line of the poem, it makes a reference to compression, or yeah. So it's a well-known compression algorithm. You should be able to find it. Moving to Pool of Tears. This one is interesting. So this one is a really personal puzzle for me. I think it was last DEF CON. I spent hours trying to solve. I think it was related to the badge challenge, but I was very confident that I was going down the right path, and I wasn't. I was digging myself deep and deep into a rabbit hole. So one suggestion I might have there is go find my tweets. You can find my my Twitter handle.
Can you repeat that a bit louder, Kevin? I didn't hear it. Go find
the tweet that I posted based on my my experience there.
Cool.
And that'll give you an example of something like what I did for this puzzle. But the poem is actually what will help you kind of round everything out there.
I'm just typing these up as well in the Discord.
That's generous.
Should talk about inspiration, maybe? Like what any inspiration from some
yeah. So let's see. So I see a number of teams have solved our cats puzzle. that was a fun one. That one's inspired from there's a chapter in Through the Looking Glass where Alice is talking to her cat, and she's asking her cat questions, and she says, wouldn't it be nice if cats could communicate back? If I could ask you a question and you would meow for yes and purr for no. And that was a pretty obvious inspiration for me.
Cool. I'll talk about, I guess, one of the ones that I worked on. If you haven't caught on, I wrote a lot of the easier, quote unquote, easier puzzles this year. The Knave of Hearts. This is somewhat a puzzle I wrote a couple years ago, a little bit. And it's also similar to a puzzle I was solving last weekend. There's a particular geometric thing that you might do with a grid, and I have had to do this many times before to get a solution to a puzzle, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna try to clue this here as well. Yeah, so I'm being very vague. I'm just looking to see if we have any other questions coming in. We're also getting a question, any hint on rabbit hole and big numbers is the statement that was there. You're currently muted.
Sorry, thanks. So if you've begun your journey down the rabbit hole, you will have encountered a number of cities, locations. We've actually stood up a tool that you can use to kind of verify your progress on this one. But once you fully verified, you have a bunch of numbers in front of you. You should look everywhere on the page to see what hints might exist. I think the header of the page and possibly even the source of the page have something that they're hiding that might guide you to figure out what's next. The clues hint to prime form. I guess I will share one clue for that. Think math, not music, and hopefully you'll figure out where to go from there.
We have a comment, I think, more than a question. From the perspective of a team with no answers, I think you need some easier puzzles to get juices flowing, create some investment in the activity. That's part of the reason we had the diamond system, to try to point you to where things should be easier. And with that, also tweeting out hints for some of those puzzles first, because we see teams are solving them, so we're not trying to, give up the lead to anyone or give the lead away, but hopefully everyone's still having fun. You should also feel free to send messages to either Kevin or myself in Discord. We're happy to help you out with puzzles. I know sometimes we're offline or we don't see the messages because sometimes they don't pop up right away, but please feel free to reach out to both of us and we'll happily help you along, happily check what you have so far, and push you in the right direction.
That's right. Yeah, please don't hesitate to DM us. We might not directly answer your questions, but your questions at least help us know where people are getting stuck.
I think my personal favorite thing about working on challenges is talking to the actual puzzle creators, because you reveal things that you don't realize you're revealing by talking, and it's the best thing because you learn so much in that exchange. Anyways, just always talk to Kevin and Maya is my recommendation.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, I keep coming to the theme of everything is relevant. So if something is on the page, probably a reason for it.
It might be worth talking through like what a good puzzle is in my experience, and what we try to write. But obviously, you know, we're not professional puzzle writers, so don't always get everything perfect. For me, a good puzzle, like Kevin is saying, has nothing that you don't need. So it's not trying to throw you off with red herring or something like that, unless it specifically says something like red herring. Like I've written puzzles that you purposefully get to partway through and it says this is a red herring, and so you know you're heading the wrong way and to try something different. But otherwise, if you're getting a phrase or something like that out of it, it should be because that's the right direction. Another thing that I like with puzzles is not having errors. I know Pig and Pepper has a small error. We tweeted out the first word that you get should swap the third and fourth letters to get a valid word. So again, valid words sign that you're on the right track. So apologies for that. But if you're finding that so far, that should help put you in the right direction. Other good puzzles for me don't require like a complete logical leap out of nowhere. Like you have it's a mechanic you've seen before. So some common mechanics in word puzzles are chaining words together, adding words at the end or middle or beginning of a word, scrambling words, finding words that have the same meaning, finding words that have the same sound, are all like things that you might want to do with words as an example. And there's, you know, if you have a bunch of words and some numbers, you might want to index them to your words to find the, you know, nth letter. Like that's a fairly common, common puzzle mechanic to get you something to do next. So those are the kinds of things that I might expect someone to try. I wouldn't expect someone to like realize that they're all like some, you know, really obscure TV shows, I don't know, catchphrase or something like that, unless we've explicitly hinted that. So like that's the kind of thing that you don't think you're trying to look for necessarily. Also in this puzzle hunt, we know that all of the puzzles have some form of cryptography. So it might be as simple as like a really common everyday cipher. And when I say that, yes, there's such a thing as an everyday cipher, to something, you know, requiring modern cryptography. So like there's, you know, you will find some kind of cryptography somewhere in the puzzle that you're doing. So expect to try to look at your handbook of commonly used codes and ciphers. What else would I think of as a good puzzle? I don't know, a good puzzle for me is also obvious when I'm done. If I have a bunch of like a long list of words and I don't know how they all go together, then I'm not done. That's not the end of the puzzle. I get like a very obvious phrase or word or something like that that tells me, or sometimes you even say like, sometimes I'll have a puzzle that tell you the answer, like answer is blah, right? So you know you have the right answer. That's another good thing in puzzles. Yeah.
So I want to add something to that last part that you just said. On the thread of, you know, knowing when you're done, you know, what information haven't I used yet is a good question to ask yourself, especially if you think you know what you're doing already, right? You look at the puzzle, you're like, oh, I know what to do. That'll usually get you, I don't know, 50 to 90% of the way there, but you may have missed some clues on how to make it through to the end. So I like it. So to bring it back to what makes a good puzzle, I think those puzzles that add maybe some subtle hints that, you know, maybe you miss at first glance, but then become more clear how you use them and apply them after you've made some progress on the puzzle.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think another, like, to give you some idea of like how subtle some of these things are, somebody had messaged me earlier for some help on Pig and Pepper, and I typed back originally, that sounds right. And then I went and edited my response because I didn't want you to think that it was about homophones. So I went back and used, that seems right, or that looks right, right? So you had a good idea of like, that I wasn't trying to give a clue with the word sounds, right? But if you see the word sounds somewhere, that's probably means that we're trying to do a homophone, right? So that gives you a good idea of like how much to read into some of these words that we're seeing. We have a couple more questions, so maybe I'll jump to those. One is, any more context with lobster quadrille? And I think we tweeted a hint earlier. So the hint says, sometimes when I make fish soup, sorry, I'm trying to find the words. Sometimes when I make fish soup, I need to substitute a few ingredients, though imitation crab meat makes a frail defense. So I would look carefully at one phrase in there and see if you get an idea for a type of cipher you might be dealing with. And if you've identified some of the images that you have, you might have a good idea of what you're substituting in that puzzle. Yeah. The other thing to think about is a lobster quadrille. So a quadrille is what? It's a grid of some kind. That might give you another idea of what to go look for that puzzle. I'll type that up as well in the Discord. We have another question here. Where's a handbook for common codes and ciphers, like a one-on-one page or must know for this challenge? Do you want to start on that, Kevin, while I type the other hint, or the other info?
So I think Kilgore Trout provided a pretty good answer there. So thanks, Kilgore. There's lots of resources. Rumkin is another website that I know I've used pretty frequently. But in terms of like where to start or how do you know what makes a good puzzle, or what makes a good resource for puzzles? I don't know. Part of it is just trying it, just learning. If you want to explore some easier puzzles to just give you a little more exposure experience with the types of things that might come up in these types of puzzles, we have a puzzle archive. So I would encourage you to go check that out. One thing that's on the puzzle archive is like a junior cryptographer's puzzle. So you can download that. It's a PDF. It features some of the ciphers that we have in our puzzle hunt this weekend. And additionally, I would read up on past puzzle hunts. So you can read up on the past Crypto and Privacy Village Goldbug puzzle hunts. The winners of the past at least couple years have done write-ups, so you can go see kind of what their thought processes were, what tools they used, what ciphers they found, what symbols they used. There is kind of a foundation of ciphers that I would say everyone should be familiar with, in no particular order. Caesar shift ciphers, engineer ciphers, various substitution ciphers, such as Pigpen, Dancing Man, Semaphore, Bionicle Legos, and all of these, especially substitution ciphers, you should be familiar with things like frequency analysis and language distributions. And this all kind of goes down the rabbit hole of things that you end up picking up and learning, and really you just try it and you get better at it as you try it and do it. As many things as a hacker, we learn by doing.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I've been meaning to do this for a while. I think I posted last year in the chat like a whole long list of links, and I should just put them on a website somewhere, because I have everything from like, you will not need in this hunt, everything from like a thing that lets you look up common people by those initials, like that type of thing. Because sometimes in puzzles you just get a bunch of initials and you're like, what do I do with this? Do they correspond to people's names, or they correspond to phone numbers, or they correspond to area codes, or like, I have like 2 different things that I've saved for puzzles that are picture related, that help me predict where a shadow will be. So if you get like a photo and you don't know where it is, you can at least figure out which direction you're facing and like where you are in the world. So like playing GeoGuessr type puzzles, that type of thing. Yeah, there's a ton of resources out there depending on what you're trying to do. I agree with Kevin, like for this particular hunt, so much classic crypto. So knowing a lot of the common ciphers is really helpful and useful. And even, we had a talk earlier today on classic crypto. I'm sure Alonka's book is a good reference. I picked up a copy, but I haven't read it yet. There's a lot of other, books out there for in this topic as well.
That's great. Any other questions about any puzzles?
I'm just going to pitch QueerCon puzzles really quickly as well. I love subterfuges puzzles. I've basically grown up on them at this point. Like, I mean, literally at this point. God, I feel ancient now. Oh my gosh, sorry. But they're really great, lovely puzzles. Oh God, sorry. I feel like I just dated myself now. But they're really lovely puzzles and I super recommend them. I'm pretty confident he does write-ups at least. And you can find them online. But yeah, they're really, really great puzzles and you'll learn really quickly and you'll just like go through like the breadth of like all of like classical ciphers pretty much really rapidly by going through them and you'll be like, wow, I like learned a lot of really cool things just now. Anyways, yeah, there's plenty of really great books though, like Simon Singh's good book.
Yeah. So I guess let's maybe talk about the cadence of maybe the rest of the hunt. So to this point, we've been pretty quiet with the hints. We've picked up a bit more recently based on some of the challenges that we've seen people running into, some of the questions that we've gotten. So I guess number one, keep the questions coming because that's usually what is going to get you a hint that is actually relevant to you. And then number two, keep it going because at some point, probably tonight, we will start dropping hints quite a bit quicker. And the intent there is to kind of bring all the teams together. So, but I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I might get frustrated if I spend my entire con on a puzzle and I never solve it. So if we as the puzzle makers can make your con a little more fun by giving you just a little push that you need to get to the right answer, we're doing it, right? We're here to make sure you have fun. I promise I'm not just here to frustrate you and make you hit your head against the wall. So for those hints, please keep an eye out on both Twitter and Discord. Maya's better at Twitter than I am. I'm better at Discord, perhaps. So through some combination of the two, you'll get all the hints that you need to hopefully get where you're going.
I think only other comments I would say, I mean, so obviously like reach out to us like with hints and that type of thing. We'll be releasing more hints. If you're solving right now and you're liking it, consider writing up what you have also. That'll help other people in the future for post this hunt. Or if you're interested in, if you're loving this and like thinking, but you might want to write your own puzzles too. That's also something that I think we'd be open to as well. So things to keep in mind if you're enjoying yourself right now.
That's a great plug. We're always looking for new puzzle writers. So especially if you if while you were solving one of our puzzles, you were pretty darn sure that you were supposed to do X, Y, Z, and that wasn't the case. But if we built a puzzle around doing X, Y, Z, maybe that would be a great puzzle. So come share your what you solved as well as the rabbit holes that you went down on your way to solving them.
Yeah, somebody told me that was actually their trick for writing puzzles. They would while they were solving, they would, any idea that they had that they then tried and didn't work out, they would just use for writing another puzzle at some other point. I was like, that's really smart. So it's a cool idea. We have a couple more questions. Will the BBS still be available after DEF CON 29 to check both, I mean, for use and then to check our solutions?
Yes, it will. In fact, I don't know, this is kind of a little homework for myself. So we have all of the past, puzzles. Our backend is, well, it's a bunch of Python. I need to update it so that we can have multiple, I guess, virtual BBS servers running simultaneously, so that you can also submit and solve puzzles from past years. But at least, yes, until DC 30, I can guarantee you that DC 29 one will stay up. And if it goes down, just ping me on Twitter or something. I can go renew the certs. That's usually the first thing that goes bad, and then it becomes inaccessible. But yeah, hopefully in the future we'll even have past puzzles up as well, so that if you find yourself bored or want to test yourself out on some of our past puzzles, you can submit those as well.
And another question here is, will we have the solutions one day?
One day.
Every year we're like, we're gonna write up solutions, and then every year we don't always do it. I'm sure you have the same feeling. DEF CON is, this peak of energy. So I would like to write up all the solutions. I would also like for the winners to write up solutions. That makes me happy. I believe we have some solutions, or at least could write solutions for, oops, I don't know what just happened. 1 second. Sorry. I believe we have either solutions or could write solutions up for everything except for the first year of Goldbug, which I'm not sure is written up anywhere. But yeah, that's something that would be nice to have at some point.
Yeah, I'll add to that. So I tend to gravitate towards, or some of the puzzles that I write gravitate towards the programming side of things. So I end up writing a number of scripts to create the puzzles. I'm totally down for releasing those on GitHub so that you can see kind of how the puzzles were made, and you could even recreate the puzzle yourself in your own contest, for example. It's just a matter of time, right? We'll do it one day.
We have some other comments here. Thanks for all the hard work. It's always incredibly hard, but I can feel the amount of love that goes into this. And first year with Goldbug or any crypto challenge, and 0 solves, but I'm still having fun. One, message us on what puzzle you're working on so we can help you out. But good, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. The other comment I have is somebody was messaging me around one of the solutions they had and saying, oh, this doesn't seem like a very well-known phrase. I wouldn't have guessed this was the solution. Kevin, do you want to talk a bit about what constraints we might be under? Why some solutions might be, how meta puzzles work, maybe, is my point?
Yeah, so maybe this talks towards how we created the puzzle, right? So typically you might have some ideas for what style puzzles, or what kind of algorithm, or the process for solving it, but you really want to start with some kind of meta puzzle. So you'll start with the meta puzzle, you'll come up with your meta answer, and then based on that meta puzzle, you'll find maybe some other either answers or pieces of information that you're going to rely on. So you kind of work your way back. So one thing that I found useful in solving puzzles is once you, I don't know if you've created your own puzzles, or have at least tried enough puzzles to understand what the constraints of the puzzle makers are. That really helps me in maybe directing my energy when what do I think is reasonable for me to do, and what do I not think is reasonable. It's where are my degrees of freedom, or where were the puzzle masters' degrees of freedom when they were creating this puzzle. If I'm thinking about a solution, but the degrees of freedom to actually implement that are so constrained, then it's probably not the right answer. It's probably not the right solution, even though it sounds really good to me at the time, right? Maybe we take the binary and then we rot 3 and then we shift right, and then you're still left with alphabet or alphanumeric characters or something. Like, well, there's probably a limited set of alphanumeric characters that you can do those like bit operations on and still result in English text. Now there are things that we do that take advantage of that. If you look at the basic crossword that we did last year, that was an extraordinarily constrained puzzle, and I had to use a
That one's
word
really
list to
good.
find all of the possible words that even fit within the constraints. And there's not a lot of them, but we did it anyway. So those are, let's call that the exception rather than the rule.
Yeah, if you haven't done basic crossword from last year, that was a really good puzzle. Really cool. Definitely try that out after the hunt and see what we mean. We also did a crossword a few years before that, I want to say. I don't know. I did a crossword that had similar constraints, and I did not script anything. So
I'm pretty sure you did a few years ago.
Sorry?
Oh, I'm pretty sure you did a few years ago.
Yeah, it's possible. But I mean, I remember there being a crossword. I didn't script anything for it. The constraints in that crossword were words that, not all words, just some of the words, were words that when you Caesar shifted them also gave valid words. There's not many words where that's true. And so trying to find like enough interesting things to put in the puzzle there was fun. So yeah, some areas where we might have constraints. So specifically, without giving away like anything, when you think of like a meta puzzle, we are constrained what the solutions to all the other puzzles are, so they fit into the meta puzzle. Whether that's like they fit into some sort of word structure or theme or whatever it happens to be, it has to fit into a broader theme. So you get kind of a weird phrase, it's because we were constrained, and that's the best option we came up with from that section. So that's why you're getting those answers. That being said, no puzzle should have an answer that's like Z, X, Y, J, P, exclamation mark, 9. Like none of it should look like your password generator. It should all look like real flags, like real words.
That's right.
One of the questions we have here is, how can we help you on the back end, dev side, and scripting?
I'm down. We probably need to sanitize some things, make sure we're not leaking any passwords or private keys. But, we'll consider that. In terms of kind of the infrastructure right now, it's one Python file to rule them all. So that's the back end, and then the front end is a fairly lightweight, I don't know, HTML wrapper around a WebSocket. The terminal itself, the BBS terminal, that is an open source, I guess, code base that we've leveraged here. So the client code that lives in your browser is not actually created by us, but the back end we developed. Open for ideas on how to improve all of that.
Kevin, you do know we have folks at Crypto Village, right? Please know that, even Maya as well.
Yeah.
I'm useless. Please don't.
Well, maybe I'm yeah, I don't know. I have ideas, but I don't actually write them down or share them. So a lot of good those ideas are, right?
Another question, Mom's Monsters, what's that about?
So that is the meta puzzle. Good luck. That's all I'm going to say right now.
So if you've never done a meta puzzle before, this is the last puzzle you're supposed to do, and it takes into account all the other puzzles.
Yep.
So Go ahead. Is there a certain time the challenge is over?
Sometime tomorrow. I think we said tomorrow at noon is when we
have to get in the winners to contests and events around that time. Actually, I don't think we have the exact time yet. We should figure that out. But around that time, hopefully somebody will win tomorrow morning. That's kind of our goal. And yeah.
That's right. So I guess if it's not obvious, so the winner will be the first person to solve all of the puzzles. So if you watch our scoreboard, it gives you the total score, and then the timestamp that it shows is the time of the last submission. So that's kind of the tiebreaker. So the first team to solve all of the puzzles, or the team who has the highest score at the end of the conference, will be declared the winner.
And if there's a tie, whatever team got the highest score first.
That's right. And remember, you're competing for a awesome little piece of artwork. Might already have that available. Oh, it's in the box again. All right. So I'll try to recant the.
I'll get it out.
Description from yesterday. So this is a
box in the box.
Sustainably farmed beetle, right? So these are.
Have you guys played with these compostable nuggets yet? They're a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, they're great. I love them.
If you haven't, if you get this box and you have children, you just put those under water, and children are happy because they are dissolvable by water.
Because they're cornstarch, right?
Is that what they are? That makes sense.
Yeah.
Huh. Let's see. So I think there's maybe another question I can jump to. While you're getting that out, I'll look at that. That is nice. Don't you want that sitting on your desk? I do.
Or hanging on your wall.
Beetle.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
So this is my first time. Are all the flags one word? So I'll repeat what we said earlier. It should be obvious when you have the flag. No, not all the flags are one word. I'll answer the question. In fact, none of the flags are one word. There you go.
I would say they're all English and they're all phrases.
That's right. You can technically eat
Good thing we took up an hour for folks tuning in late, is all I will say to that one person.
I think those are all the questions we have so far.
Let's see if anyone has solved any more puzzles since we've been live.
I'll ask a question back and drop it in the. Feel free to drop it in the Discord. What puzzle would you most want a hint for right now?
That almost feels cruel, personally.
So rabbit hole. So once you have,
I'm also hearing Ping and Pepper step 2, Hoofman's headache. Do you want to talk about rabbit hole?
Yeah, I'll talk about rabbit hole real quick. So there's a reason that I created the check my codes page. So assuming that you're stuck on that kind of really long list of numbers and places, and you've converted them into numbers. One of the frustrating parts as a puzzle solver is making progress, but not having the right answer. and having no way to verify what part of your progress is right or wrong. And depending on the encryption method used, that will happen or it won't happen. So if I have a string of numbers and they convert to ASCII text, let's say, well, if I have something wrong in the middle of it, then one of my letters might not work out. But if I have a string of numbers and I need to divide it and multiply it and all sorts of mathematical functions on it, a wrong number in the middle is going to totally throw everything off. So you're welcome for creating that tool. And hopefully that gives you a little more of a nudge in what you might want to do with that answer once you have it. Let's see.
We have Pig and Pepper step 2. Sorry, I'm trying to live in my head think of a good way of phrasing this. We'll tweet it out as well. If you were going to assault a password before storing it, which is what you should do with passwords that you keep in the database, what would you do to it? And so if you were going to pepper it instead of salt it, which I think is actually a thing in password hashing or something, so ignore what that means, just like the idea that you might be adding some flavor to things before you use them.
I think there was like a challenge you wrote a few years ago that threw me off because I think you accidentally, oh my gosh, wait, it was the one I thought you were XORing for real and it wasn't actually XORing, if I remember correctly.
I don't know if you're making me happy or sad.
I'm pretty sure it was the one where like you used the XOR symbol and I thought you were actually
yes.
XORing.
I know what you're talking about. It was that was a puzzle that explained how an Enigma machine works. It was basically like a follow the instructions rather than a puzzle, but we were trying to explain to you how an Enigma machine worked by you following like a bunch of steps that were like if you had been using an Enigma machine. People liked that one.
It was really great once I realized what was happening.
What was going on? Yeah, people were really happy with that one.
Also, I'm glad you actually answered the questions that people had, because I was like, I thought you were going to actually answer or give hints afterwards.
So we'll tweet another and post another Pig and Pepper clue. It sounds like we'll maybe think of something for one of the other puzzles that's dropped in here.
So maybe let me add one thing for the rabbit hole puzzle. Take a look at the puzzles that we did last year and the write-up that the winning team put together. You might get some ideas on how you might turn a big number into something else.
The other thing that I'll bring up just when I'm here and it's literally at my desk is people usually ask, how do you come up with puzzle ideas or how do you write puzzles? This is the best book. I have no affiliation with the book whatsoever, so I just like it. This is the best book. It's great. If you want to get into writing puzzles, you need this book. I think I have 3 copies now by accident because I kept buying it. I'll post the name in the chat.
Yep. I'll second that. I have that book. It's a great book. It is more on the word and meaning side of puzzles. So if you want the heavy crypto programming algorithm side of puzzles, I don't know that a good book exists on that side. There's certainly a number of books on like how to solve basic crypto with Python or something like that. Those are decent. Yeah.
8 minutes for last minute stragglers who are like, I desperately need answers from Kevin and Maya. Why aren't they here anymore if we ditch early? It's on the schedule.
I have a lot of ideas for what I want to write next year. I'm really kind of sad that maybe not sad that Alice in Wonderland we did this year, but part of me is like we could do a whole Through the Looking Glass themed thing because there's a lot of more ideas in that book for puzzles.
I mean, we can always do Looking Glass next year.
Just do Alice in Wonderland forever from now on.
I know. I'm so happy. I'm just like, yes, this is the best theme. I am personally very thrilled. I love rabbits. I love Alice in Wonderland. This is the best theme ever. I'm so excited.
Okay. Well, if you have any last minute questions, any last requests for hints, drop them in there. We'll drop some more hints in the Discord and on Twitter. Feel free to message us. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. If that's really it, y'all, I will cut back to regular slides and the board, of course. All right.
Thanks, Avi.
Thanks, y'all.
See you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye. To end day 2 of our virtual crypto and privacy village this year, we have our last talk of the day, the threat hiding in daylight, police monitoring legislation, and individual privacy in chat by Viet Huang and Joy Ho. Viet Huang, a member of the UCCU hacker, a Taiwanese hacker community, prepared the technical portion, and Joy Ho, a Taiwanese privacy counsel, prepared the legal portion, and presents their talk, taking us through the wonderland of Taiwanese law and legal perspectives with an interesting case study.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to have a chance presenting this topic, the threat hiding in daylight, police monitoring legislation, and individual privacy. This is the agenda. The content includes technology and legal analysis. I'm Joy Ho, a lawyer and a PhD candidate in Suzhou University in Taiwan. I studied in data protection and privacy. I'm also a privacy counsel providing services to companies. Viet Huang is my partner. He is a member in the community UCCU hacker in Taiwan. He is interested in web and mobile and blockchain for several years. He shares some talks on the conferences like Hack in the Box, Cold Blue, and KeyCon. We have cooperated for many times. Usually, I'm in charge of the legal and privacy part, and Vic would be in charge of technical part. He could not give speech this time, so I will present alone for this topic. Here, I want to introduce the police investigation in Taiwan. In 1940s in Taiwan, telephone and switchboard are available. People have to rely on switch operator to make a real phone call. People can even have a conversation with switch operator. In these days, switch operator can be the easiest way to monitor a certain person. In 1970s, monitor and lots of micro devices appeared. In Taiwan, most citizens live in small apartments with basement, and the whole building's telephone wires are collected in a box. Police could monitor telephone here. After 2000, things become more complicated. Due to the technology is growing fast, the way people communicate with each other keeps transforming. From telephone, email, SMS, smartphone, to messenger apps, the police try to catch up the steps of technology. Using the tools such as Kingfish, focusing on mobile phone signal, and remote administration tool on PC, spywares on smartphone or pad. In 2006, a group with 4 people planned to rob the armored car and kill the driver and guards. They followed the armored car in schedule for regular delivery and practiced the plan twice. Taiwan police once got the information and monitored their telephone. After a few days, the police found their robbing plan and finally arrested them near the armored car and saved lives. It reminds us about the movie Minority Report. Information is powerful, but it also brings privacy issues. As mentioned before, messenger apps are part of daily life. People use it for everything: chat, work, information exchange, and probably for criminal behaviors also. We have popular messengers like WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger, Telegram, Signal. Some of them are popular in different regimes. For example, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, and the Telegram are popular in the US and Europe. WeChat, Line, KakaoTalk are popular in East and South Asia. Before we dig into the technical part, I want to show you what kind of information are all in the messenger apps, which are related to privacy. First, name. Some people put the real name on display name or status. especially if the account is also used for work. It is a fast way to recognize who you are. Second, phone number. Maybe it's not so hard to get phone number in other countries, but in Taiwan, to apply a personal phone number, you have to bring at least 2 identifications to prove who you are, such as the ID card and the health certification. The carrier will register your real name as the phone number owner. Many apps use phone number for login, binding, or 2FA too. Third, the profile. Also, we define it as the photo. Photo is one of the easiest way to find out who you are. Fourth, location. Location is sensitive too. It's easy to trace your movement if the system gets enough data. Fifth, account and password. Lots of people use big password for one combination for different services. Once the information leaked, other services might get credential stuff attack. There is a website named Have I Been Pwned? They are cooperating with FBI. You can check your account or password is leaked or not on the website. Now we encounter the communication information also. Communication information means all the types of messages in the chat or account. Text, image, video, or voice message are the content of the conversation. No matter the receiver is an account or group, the system should be able to protect this type of messages. Voice call, we can consider it as the internet version phone call. The last one is IP address and device information. With enough amount of this information, we can recognize a certain device owner indirectly. As mentioned before about the communication information in messengers, the service provider also knows the importance of privacy protection. Most of the service providers use encryption protocol, end-to-end encryption to protect the conversations. The basic concept is that the messages are encrypted by the sender. The recipients retrieve the encrypted data and decrypt it. Even the service provider cannot read your encrypted message. The third party does not have any means to decrypt them. The classic E2EE is that signal protocol, which is created in 2013. It improved for several times. The messenger using signal protocol is Signal. The other protocols like Telegram, MT Portal, and letter sealing in Live are self-made by the service provider. But the concept is similar to Signal. You can check them on their published encryption white paper. HTTPS may just occur to where using asymmetric secret keys to encrypt the traffic. Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure, HTTPS, is an extension of the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, HTTP. It is used for secure communication over a computer network and is widely used in the internet. In HTTPS, the communication protocol is encrypted using Transport Layer Security, TLS, or formally Secure Socket Layer, SSL. The protocol is therefore also referred to as HTTP over TLS or HTTP over SSL. Practically, Messenger implement E2E and send the E2E cipher on the HTTPS. It makes sure that once the secrecy of the private key has been compromised, the messages can still be encrypted by E2EE. Right side is a nice explanation made by sec.f.org. Once E2EE is open, the content in HTTPS transferring will become cipher. E2E starts with Diffie-Hellman key exchange. I believe most of you know what is Diffie-Hellman key exchange. Here, Alice and Bob share their public key to each other and make a common secret key S for encryption and their private key for decryption. This is the case of one-by-one chat. If we are talking about the group chat, key execution will be based on the public keys of existing members. Once the members change, the secret key would be renewed for all members. E2E overview is in the left side. Alice and Bob make common secret key by their public keys. Alice sends the message encrypted with secret key. Bob uses his private key, decrypt cipher, then get the plain text. Private key storage is an important point to keep the message safe. Based on the device OS, usually Android stored in key store and iOS in keychain. Both need high permission to access. Also, every device should have unique private key. That makes device migration and synchronization on different platforms or devices more complicated. Let's check the table of E2E scope and implementation in existing Messenger. We list 5 of them for comparison. First, E2E. About E2E setting, the default setting of E2E is open on WhatsApp, Viber, Signal. As for Facebook Messenger and Telegram, only certain functions implement E2E. About the protocol, they all use Signal protocol or Signal protocol related self-made protocol. About the backup, as we mentioned, it's hard for conversations on the E2E to have a backup or device migration due to the unique private key. But WhatsApp and Viber support backup. Police support. You can check it in the transparency report. All the messengers support the police data retrieve in certain cases, but the information provided is different. Open source. It is easier for researchers or bug hunters to check E2E implementation and security issues on open source projects. Signal is totally open source. As for Telegram, only client side is open sourced. Then we dig into the messages. For Facebook Messenger and Telegram, the E2E functions only when using certain services like secret conversation or secret chat. Another difference is in group chat. Most of messengers do not support E2E or support with limitation. The overhead of secret key recalculation and sync is large. That is why not every messenger will fully support E2E in group chat. Then we encounter a question that how do users do backup and migration under unique E2E private key? Because users need plain text to read messages, the application will store messages in local database or device after E2E decrypted. At this moment, the scope is out of E2E encryption. Applications provide backup function to export local database to cloud for backup and migration. There are lots of unofficial tools to extract messages for local database either. If we need to monitor messenger apps, local database is a better choice than breaking E2E. It contains full of plain text. The service providers know about the issue too. Some of messengers provide randomly generated key to protect local database. Some are still not encrypted. Attacker or monitor can access cloud backup or local database with enough permission. We know the possibilities of accessing plain text. Now we can discuss about spying apps. If the police want to monitor our messenger apps, existing spying apps like KeysGuard might be their first choice. Generally, if the police want to install some spying apps in one phone, they need to first get the target phone and unlock it, then download and install the spying apps, then grant all permission by hand. And finally, they could monitor it by web. The spying apps try to export all information from the target phone. As for messengers, local database with plain text and cloud backup is a nice target. Still, some of them are not real-time monitoring in the messengers. It cannot listen to the ongoing voice call covered by E2E scope. To be more generally, the possible way to get your messages in chat are more than we just mentioned. In client side, the police could do that by first spying apps or malicious apps, or by malicious plugin in lower level, or by client-side app vulnerabilities. Here is an interesting case in Taiwan. Last year, the police got some reports from elder people that criminals use their phone number to do some crimes. It seems that attackers can read SMS on their phone. After investigation, the police found that all the victims are using the same smartphone model, Amazing 32. Brand is in Taiwan Mobile, but OEM is a company from China. The malware is installed in factory setting. On server side, the situation is more complicated. Except for vulnerabilities, probably they have a developer backdoor or monitoring system which can decrypt the messages and provide to the authority. Now we are only discussing about messenger apps that we use most in our life. Technically, the police can monitor any kinds of apps in mobile after they got your phone and unlock it. What kind of legislation could restrict their power and protect our privacy? This is the question that we want to explore in part 2, privacy and law. Now we move to the part 2. In this part, I will introduce a new draft law, Technology Investigation Act in Taiwan. Also, I would like to discuss 2 privacy issues between government and individual, and between government and the communication service provider. I call the ISPs. Now I'm going to introduce the Technology Investigation Act in Taiwan. Let's start from a GPS case in 2017. Chief Sergeant of Marine Patrol Agency have been convicted because of using GPS illegally to investigate a smuggled cigarette. The judgment has aroused discussion about the usage of high-tech on criminal investigation. This discussion led to the draft legislation of Technology Investigation Act. We call it TIA. Then what happened in this GPS case and what did the court say? First, the court said that the chief surgeon's behavior using GPS to record the truck driver's whereabouts information constitute a crime. And the chief surgeon has faced the criminal detention for 50 days. The court stated that using GPS could collect the truck's location chronically. After analyzing the truck's long-term location data, the investigators could know the driver's daily routine and behavior pattern that infringed individual privacy seriously. Also, there's no legal basis to use a new tech to investigate by 2017. So the TIA has been created as this case. TIA has created also the new idea of private space. The idea of private space in TIA is that people could have privacy in an independent, confined space, and the individual must have a reasonable expectation for privacy. So we could see the picture that inside the car, the internal space of the car is private space, but outside the car is public and people have no privacy expectation over it. Then we wonder, how could this idea work by telephone? Traditional monitor means the police could wiretapping the content of phone call between individuals. The police need to wait for the evidence, and the criminals do not know the police is waiting. So it is passive and secret. Traditional investigation means the police come to knock your door and show you the search warrant and ask you to cooperate. The police could come into your house and take the crime-related stuff, so it is active and transparent. Further technology investigation in TIA could break the security of individuals' smartphone and could get any secret in the phone. It is active and secret. It shall be deemed as more dangerous to people than the traditional methods. Most communication software provides encryption function, and it is point-to-point encryption. But the new TIA, the new law, allows investigative agencies to perform communication monitoring by implanting Trojan on mobile phones, computers, or tablets, and other device-side methods. So how could the police monitor or investigate the content of the chat in the messenger apps? There are two ways. The first way is to require the cooperation of communication software service provider to force them to provide decrypted communication content. However, the current situation is that most of the communication software is not operated by Taiwanese companies. Line is in Japan, Facebook Messenger is in the United States, and WeChat is in China. So the police would face the jurisdiction issue here. So they are going to choose the other choice is to obtain unencrypted information before and after the message is encrypted. Then the police will need to hack into the specific cell phone. So there will be a new term which called police hacker. Could we allow it? This is a question. Also, by the New Technology Investigation Act, there are classifications of children, large children and small children. Large children means the police could access and store all the information or data in the suspect's cell phone. We also call it secret online investigation. Small children means that the police must apply for the authorization to monitor the suspect's communication in the future. The police could only monitor the ongoing communication, but could not store or access other information. We use a column to clarify it. You may notice that the communication monitoring is focusing on the ongoing communication. So police does not know what they could get by applying for the warrant. And by investigation, police could gather data such as phone contact, image, text, GPS record, search record, calendar, and so on. By law, the classification of children is depending on the potential privacy violation. The small children is in low-level risk because the police could only access the communication content, but could not store any data. The large children is in high-level risk, since the police could do the investigation to the whole telephone and store anything related to crimes. However, from technical perspective, there is no such difference of small children or large children. No matter small or large, the monitoring and investigation would both need high permission. There are then many discussions and arguments in Taiwan. The first issue is about the relationship between government and individual. People are asking, could the government become the hacker and infringe our privacy for the purpose of criminal investigation? Could we agree to allow them the authority? If yes, we agree to sacrifice privacy for criminal investigation purpose. Then where is the line between individual privacy and public interest? As the criminal investigation always the winner and got the priority over privacy, then what happened to an innocent person whom has been investigated as a suspect? Who could decide when and how to launch the technology investigation? What is the boundary of technology investigation? If the police go beyond boundary, what will happen? Is there any compensation mechanism? So then we will encounter a question that what is a checkpoint from legal perspective? We will start from the idea of rule of law, which is the basic and the most important concept under a lawful country. So from the perspective of rule of law, we will check if there's a privacy impact. Then they must have a control measures. By the control measures, we will need to ask some questions. For example, who could use technology investigation? Investigator agency have the authority to use technology investigation, which is ruled in the TIA. Then we will also ask who could approve technology investigation. This is a very important argument in Taiwan society because some other technology investigation, such as GPS, could be approved by prosecutor. This rule leads to lots of arguments. So for the usage of children, because it will invade privacy very seriously, so only judge could approve it. Then we will ask where to use the technology investigation, where to use the children. This is also an issue in Taiwan society, since the TIA draft has not put the limitation to the crime types. That is, for now, technology investigation is applicable to all the crimes. Then we move to the final question, how to remove the children after the investigation is ended. Actually, the TIA rules that after the investigation is completed, the children must be deleted from the target cell phone, and the cell phone must be reverted to the original state. This is a legislation. It is an easy statement, but from technical perspective, how could we do that? How could people trust the police would do that? Then we are going to search for the issue 2, government and the ISP. Although technology companies have been actively strengthening user data protection and providing better encryption measures in recent years, law enforcement agencies in many countries have taken a negative attitude and have begun to formulate rules requiring technology companies to cooperate with the government to provide user data decryption to protect national security. So we will encounter a lot of questions. For example, could government request or compel ISP to provide my communication content? How about the encrypted one? Will ISP have the legal obligation to leave a backdoor for police needs? Where's the trust, especially between the individual and the ISP? And where is the security? Who can protect the individual? The service provider will cooperate with the police in criminal investigation. But there are clear limitations. We could notice in this picture that while police come and asking for cooperation and information provision, WhatsApp and FB Messenger will provide name, IP address, email, registered date, and the last time the owner has read the messages. Telegram will provide IP and telephone number. Signal will provide the registered date and the last time to use the app. However, TIA may be explained that the service provider would have a legal obligation to assist the police to access more information, such as trace content. Some scholars do not care about E2E function. In the extreme explanation, the service provider may need to set a backdoor in their service to help police. That is why people have fear about the TIA and criticize the TIA as breaking the rule of law. Here we are going to share a Taiwan case about the contact-based system, which is used for COVID-19 investigation. First, we are going to introduce what's contact-based system. In Taiwan, government department CDC coordinates all telecom carriers to make an SMS contact-based system, which called 1922. Citizens have to scan QR code and redirect to SMS system or directly send SMS to 1922 before entering any stores or contact with any vendors. The main purpose is collecting citizens' footprint for tracing COVID-19 infected footprints and notify those who stayed in the same space to do self-quarantine or PCR examination. Taiwan government made an instruction to claim the collected information would be deleted in 28 days after and only for COVID-19 related usage. Okay, this picture showed us that a person is scanning QR code for contact-based system before entering a convenience store. So now we are going to introduce the contact-based system We'll start from here. A vendor, for example, a convenience store or both from of a company, which is called a vendor. A vendor applies code, COD code, and QR code from CDC system. The code representing place, which is stored in CDC system. The vendor poses the QR code in front of the door. The citizen scan QR code. Then the QR code is actually a deep link sent an SMS to 1922 with the fixed body code. The message is sent by contact-based system, and the content is only used for COVID-19 related investigation purpose. The SMS sender phone number could be registered from any carrier. Carrier in 1922 will record the incoming SMS. Also, the carrier has the identification of phone number owner. Because carrier couldn't get the code representing place in the received SMS, they is not able to trace sender. If any infected is found, government will ask infected person about his or her footprint, then retrieve the code from CDC. All related SMS 1922 records from carriers. So the government could inform the citizens staying in the same place with infected in the past. Then we're going to know how does the government investigate the infected footprint. There's some steps. First, they will get the infected name and phone number. Then they will check the information with certain telecom carrier. After that, they will extract and find the SMS record from phone number. Then they will find the codes in the system to know what exactly the places are. Finally, they will compare with those numbers, send the SMS with same code and same time slot. The design of content-based system is using free SMS. Information inside the content includes the code, and the code represents the place. Store owner have to apply and generate the random code and related QR code on CDC government system. The message is sent by contact-based system, and the content is only used for COVID-19 related usage. That's what we have introduced above. It uses the code to represent the location. While doing the epidemic investigation, CDC could know which telephone number has been in certain location. CDC could use the telephone number to track the telephone owner and notify the owner to do epidemic investigation. So what could CDC do? Then the police could do the same thing. So we are going to introduce the flow in the real world. Actually, according to Taiwan law, when a prosecutor investigates an offense punishable by term imprisonment of more than 3 years, if there are facts leading to the belief that communications record and information of the communications are necessary and relevant to the investigation of the case, the prosecutor can issue a written application to the court for an access warrant. In Taiwan, the police could access mobile data, calling records, SMS content, base station location. The police could get the code from SMS content, base state location for the user location. Use the information they get in the step 1. Police can bypass the data request to 1922 by checking the base station location and coverage to physically find the store on the code in the location. Combined with the base station location, code in MS, and phone number, police could use the information from contact-based system to investigate crimes. Then what kind of potential privacy issue here? If anyone is able to get the information from telecom carriers and also know the code representing, he or she could trust citizens' footprint. Could the record from contact-based system become an available evidence in case? The reasonable answer is that it should depend on public interest and severity of the case. But actually, in real case, the answer is yes. The contact-based system, the information come from the contact-based system has become an available evidence. So that comes to the conclusion. In this presentation, we will ask that, could we sacrifice a bit privacy while encountering difficulties investigating severe crimes? Yes, the answer is yes. It's a reasonable usage of the data. But we always need to notice the limitation. We will start from the rule of law. Actually, on the rule of law, we need always limit the police power. We could see the real case, although the contact-based system is designed only for COVID-19 related usage. The police could get the telephone number and the code to analyze the telephone owner's location and footprint. That's why we could not rely on the self-limitation of the police. We always need the legislation to limit the police power. There are always double sides to see how to balance the criminal investigation and privacy. If the law allows the government to infringe privacy without appropriate measures, rule of law will be ruined. The trust to the society will not exist anymore. That's all for today's presentation. Thank you for your listening.
All right, so unfortunately, due to time zones, Vic Hong and Joy Ho are not able to join us for Q&A, but I recommend if you have any questions on Taiwanese law and their presentation, to reach out to them. And I'm super excited to see where we all go on like the global pursuit of bringing privacy towards everyone. On that note, for tomorrow's agenda, for Mauricio Tavares and Matt Nash's workshop, Practically Protecting Phone Privacy, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The Zoom joining info is on our on the event info on our site, cryptovillage.org, as well as our agenda for the rest of tomorrow. Otherwise, have a great conf, everyone. And see y'all tomorrow. We will see y'all whenever. Let's see.